Hey, welcome in. Welcome to the game, everybody. Hey, Roberts, Huckleberry. There's my Huckleberry. And Zoom, what's happening? I had to get Ranger. This is Ranger. He's in my face because he wants to go outside. Yes, he does. You just came in, you bonehead. Mm, yes, you just came inside. I, I know. He said you let the kids in, so I want to go outside. Boy, you silly boy. Hey, Diesel, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, well, now you want to go outside? All right, hold on a second. Yes, what's this goodness? Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it. Love you, Joe. Mm, what? What? Oh, okay. Okay. What did you want to go outside? No, you want a cookie. What do you want to do? You want to go outside? You want a cookie. All right, hold on a second. What you want to do? We'll go outside. Oh, good grief. He's so demanding. But yeah, it's awesome. Uh, hey, Shane, what's happening? Fire in the bowl, Ray C. Welcome in. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Gotta find my. There's my bowl. There's my fire. Oh yeah. I clicked the, I clicked the damn thing out. Forgot about it. Hey, Miriam. Ah, Tanya, welcome in. Ragged Coin. How you doing? Ryan Bardwell, how you doing? ah, whew, rock on. Oh, shit, yeah. Come on up. Talk to me. Let's get this party started. Hey, Zero Dust. How you doing? Welcome to the game. Great American Experience. I'm the Wizard of Oz, and this is not my show. This show is for those who participate. Grab a link, come on in, and let's get this party started. Hell yeah. Oh, whew. It's still kind of cold here, but it was warmer than yesterday. Even though the high temperature wasn't warmer. Sunny and no wind, and actually felt good. Hey, Sing, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? Doing pretty good. How's everybody in chat? Promised might come up for a bit.
There you go. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing how Don's doing. So, Mama Don, if
Yeah,
you're out there, let us know.
you haven't heard from him?
Not since last night. No,
Yeah. Did he come on after his emergency room visit? I had to get to bed early.
no, he didn't come on after that.
Mhm.
Hey,
I hope
Max,
everything's
welcome
all right.
in. Welcome in, Max. Hey, Dallas. But yeah, man, I tell you what, it it was colder today for a high temperature, but it felt warmer outside.
Right. And next week we're supposed to be in the single digits. We've got 2 days that the high is supposed to be around 0 degrees.
What tomorrow?
No, next week, next Tuesday and Wednesday, it's supposed to be 0 degrees for a high, and the rest of the week's all single digits.
Oh shit. I know we got a couple colder days coming. Uh, but Monday and Tuesday are supposed to be like tomorrow 63, Monday 64, Tuesday 60,
Oh wow.
and then Wednesday and Thursday is going to be like high of 32, Thursday 33, Friday 32. So that's new.
We've been in the 50s and 60s for a while now. Wednesday it dropped down to like I think 30, and we got some snow. But beyond that, it's been pretty warm for a while. This is kind of new for the last couple weeks, anyways.
Right.
Miriam, would you feed Max for crying out loud? Poor guy's starving.
Right. He needs a pie in the face. Ranger. He's my buddy.
Hey, Ragged.
Show you. What's up? What, you want to go outside now? You want to go outside now?
Yeah, Ragged's getting nailed. And he says that it's cold there and they have the worst storm in 50 years, 125-mile-an-hour winds. And he's right off of that Chalk Coast. I don't know what the
That's the
actual,
South Coast, right? So yeah,
yeah, with the chalk cliffs and everything, but he's up on top. I think, if I remember right, he's pretty close to the edge too, so he's probably getting popped.
yeah, pretty much. All right, all right. Yeah,
Take
hold on a
care,
second.
Tanya.
I'll be right back. Oh, Tanya's taking off already? You can't take off,
Yeah,
Tanya. Oh, all right. Carpenter Patriot, welcome in. 3 Mile Patriot. See you later, Tanya.
Nick, or
Welcome in, Carpenter Patriot. What's up, brother? I'll put the link up here. Come on up.
I actually have a question for Carpenter. I was curious if people are canceling bids where he's at too because the lumber prices still so high. I had a lot of people wanting to do pole barns, and out of 5 of them, I've had 2 cancel. I'm actually, I've got a bunch of them wanting a steel build and then a pole barn, side to side matches or side to side bids. See what their best option is, because right now steel is holding somewhat close. It's on the rise, but it's only like a 3-4% rise. Oh, Ragged lost a tool shed. Lots of damage. Dang, Ragged. I hope you weather the storm good, man. That stuff's crazy. Yeah, I was wondering, Carp, because yeah, here it's getting crazy. People just don't have a lot of faith in the economy right now, and they're kind of nervous about kicking out that money and investing. But like I tell them, you're investing in something solid. If you're worried about inflation, the economy, use that money to buy something to get you that building that's going to go up in value. If you're losing value in your money, use that money to invest it into something on your property.
Right. Right. Because that building ain't going to get any cheaper to build.
And it's going to cost them more of those dollars if inflation keeps happening. So do it now, before it really kicks in bad.
Right. Because the asset that increases in value.
And so many people are, well, it'll go back down sooner or later. And I don't think they quite understand inflation. Inflation is easy and it's quick. Deflation is not easy and it takes decades.
Yeah. It depends on what kind of oak, Ragged. White oaks are the most sought after. Then black oaks.
That, and if he's got quite a bit of property, he might have a lot of old growth oak over there where he's at. If it's old growth oak, you got bank on your property.
Yeah, especially if it's white oak.
It's white, it's a mix. Yeah, red's got good, if you got good lines to it and everything, and it's a well-grown old growth with some tight lines to it, you're looking at some money. I mean, all oak, let's face it, wood is pricey. It doesn't matter if it's a fir tree, it's getting pricey. Oak, any hardwood is through the roof right now.
Oh, yeah.
Carp says it's windy there too. Nice. Carpenter, I have trouble with my keyboard, even if it's working right, especially on the phone. I don't see how people can type that fast. I tried to type fast and I'm hitting 2-3 letters at once on the phone.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It comes out as a disaster. It looks like I'm trying to speak a foreign language.
Oh, good Lord. I got black walnut, red oak. I mean, I got black walnut, black oak, red oak, white oak, pin oak, and hickory, cedar.
Walnut's getting hard to find right now, around here anyways.
Right.
Get that sawmill done. And I know a guy, he comes around here. It's where we always used to. I haven't gotten any from him for years, but he literally has a little single axle semi with a sleeper on it. And he's got a single axle, like a 28-foot trailer on the back of it. He's got a sawmill. He cuts all this rough sawn oak, mahogany, and stuff, whatever, off of his own land. And he goes around the nation. He's got all these stops where he goes around selling this hardwood, goes back for the winter, cuts a bunch more again, and then during the summer he just travels around. And he gets to travel, and it's his job basically selling that stuff.
Right. Right.
Huckleberry says I'm dead to me. Or she just said I'm dead to her.
Yeah. Yeah. Why?
she
You catch
she
why? Yeah.
oh I she said something and I turned it back on her. She was kidding, I think. Right,
Yeah.
carpenter. It'd be an awesome job, I think, just to cut down that wood and then go around. And you're traveling and it's paid for because that's your job. It's a business trip doing all that traveling. And every stop he makes a lot of money.
Oh, right. 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 Right.
And I mean, countless times he's seen the entire nation because he goes everywhere and sells that wood. And he's got stops. That one of the stops is a town probably about I used to live in. It's about 45 minutes away from now.
Oh, yeah.
I I did not say that word. She called me one, and I said, "Well, Huckleberry, I thought that was your nickname."
Oh, shit. Oh,
So I theoretically did not call. Uh,
yeah. He said he'd lose his hands. Well, you don't stick your hands down there while the blade's running.
right.
Oh. Point. Safety tip number one: don't put your hands near the blade.
And I'm guessing it's an older sawmill too, so it's got that big blade on it. So that thing's probably one of the better types of sawmills out there. Don't get me wrong; those bandsaw saws are nice, but those you can get your hands on one of those old school setups. Those things will hack at some wood.
Oh, yeah, the big brown blades.
Yeah. Good luck
Mhm.
getting one of those blades. Have you seen the price on those things new?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Several $1,000s, and that's without teeth. You're gonna end up paying another $1,200 for all the individual teeth to be put on.
Yeah. Wow. That's
It's
crazy.
yeah. And I think that was a 54-inch, and they make bigger ones.
But I've seen some of those moving tables that go around them too. You know, I seen an old Amish setup where they had the table that goes around the saw. The saw's mounted on the ground, kind of thing.
Yep.
And the table, they put the log on it, and then they set the log, and then they run the log past it, and then they reset the log.
Right.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, carp. I've seen too many things happen with 7 1/4 inch on a circular saw. It's. I know the one I'm building. I've got so many extra guards and everything on it. Yeah. Because if a saw blade comes off, you know, spinning at several thousand RPM, that thing's going to go right through you like a bullet.
It's going to make a new hole.
Exactly.
Yeah. A big hole.
And on a lot of those sawmills, God, if there's one failure, it's done. You're gonna have a mess.
And somebody's going to die, most likely.
Yep. That's why I'm catching a lot of guff for taking so long on it, but I'm making sure everything's square. I'm making sure everything, there's no vibrations. I'm making sure everything. I do not want to have any accidents.
Right. Fire in the bowl. Hell yeah. Uh,
Ragged, some of those old ones, I'm telling you, make sure your bearings are good. Replace your bearings before you, to be honest, don't even make sure they're good. Just replace all the bearings before you fire it up again if it's been setting a long time on a sawmill. And yeah, you can make some money off of that. I'm sure their hardwood is the same as here, hard to get.
there's
Okay,
nothing
what is,
wrong with zucchini, Max. Max, zucchini's good stuff, man. Yeah.
I like zucchini. I like the taste of like breaded and fried zucchini, but I don't like the texture.
Oh, yeah.
Pie isn't your favorite.
Pie is my favorite. Yeah.
If penis is his favorite, he knows.
That's a red flag right there.
Yeah, Miriam just got, yeah, Max is in trouble now.
Yep. Foul on the play. Right.
Oh, zucchini bread, yeah. Zucchini bread and banana bread, I can live off of that.
Right. What's up with this WWE?
I don't know. Is that what the wrestling thing used to be?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Sorry, not when I was a kid, I used to watch, I can't even remember what it was called. One with like Sting or something on it, some of those guys, but I haven't watched it forever. I know a lot of people my age that still watch it, but they start talking about it, I'm like, I'm lost. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're talking about. But yeah, no, I haven't been doing too much looking at news, but
I
I
know.
haven't seen anything new.
And I
There's
know.
an article
Oh,
on OAN about the Canadian Reporter gives an update on Freedom Convoy. I didn't get a chance to watch it.
I heard Lisa talking about some elderly lady passed away after. I saw that she did get knocked down, but I didn't see any news anywhere on any side about her passing away. I know she got hurt, the lady did.
Um, Someone came in, I think it was Dallas, and said that there were reports that she died.
Oh, that sucks. Hey, Don, get up here. How are you, man? You
Yeah,
come in from the emergency room and not get back to us yet, jerk. No.
yeah, just leave us hanging. Come on in, Don. Yeah, let us know what's going on with you, bro.
Oh, Miriam said she survived. Okay, yeah, because I didn't see anything about. I saw that she did get injured and it's something with her leg or hip or something like that, and then a shoulder. But she's an elderly lady. They knocked her over with a stinking horse. Of course, she's going to get hurt. That's just awful. Shoulder. Yep. Wasn't there something with her leg or hip or something too?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of the articles.
Miriam saying dislocated shoulder, but alive. Thank God.
Oh wow.
Awful that they would use a horse to attempt to move an elderly lady on a freaking one of those mobile uh, scooters.
Oh, was that what it
She
was?
was she was standing, but she was leaning next to it, and she obviously had rode up on it.
Right.
Critical but stable. Oh, wow. I just hope she didn't have some type of head injury because typically when elderly people like that fall, I mean, like all of us, our reactions slow down the older we get. So they're not as able to catch themselves as easily or as quickly. So that's why elderly head injuries during falls are so high. And we're
Got,
happy to have you here, you old grumpy coot, ragged.
yeah, I got 5 stints.
Yeah, the other horses evading stuff. And see, that's just it with a horse. A horse will typically not, I mean, unless they're in a full sprint or even a gallop, and they can't control it, but they will veer away from people typically. So those cops had to have been forcing those horses into people. All right, back, Max. Ugh. Ryan said that older lady was serving cops soup the day before.
The day before it. Oh, yeah.
I hope they feel like horrible people.
So, Don, everything's good to go?
Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on now.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, nothing fell off. So yeah, it ain't so bad. I'm alive.
Good deal. Good deal.
Rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated and all that shit.
Well, Don, you're grumpy, but if it
That's
makes
it.
you feel any better, everybody was curious how you were doing. They were worried about you.
Yeah, I kind of got that. Thank you all very much for your kind concern. I really do appreciate it. I had no idea. I thought you were all like, well, Don who? Who the fuck is that guy? Yeah, apparently, and I still don't know what the fuck happened to me yesterday. I really have I never seen no shit like that before in my life. And it was not a fucking cardiovascular issue. It was not a fucking heart attack. I did not have sex with that woman. Or no, he didn't say it like it. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Is what he said.
Yeah.
Turns out he, just getting a blowjob is not sexual relations to him.
Right.
Thank you very much, Huck, Miss Miriam, Ragged, Platoon. Thank you so much.
Ragged thinks you did.
You know what?
Right.
Ryan, welcome. So yeah, I mean, I figured emergency room, in the cardiovascular section of it was probably good content. I'm guessing.
Well, yeah.
And it's not like YouTube's gonna cut it just because you're doing some emergency room shit. So yeah. What was it? I don't know. So here's the thing. I got good insurance. So they did everything. 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 First, hook you up for the blood, so the oxygen, the blood pressure, and all that shit. And that's 6 sensors, right? That they stick on you and plug you in. Then there's EKG, right? Apparently EKG does everything else. And that's another 10 sensors they plug you in, right?
Right.
And those stickies don't come off real easy, right? So I'm like, now I'm removing like 16 stickies. Not fun.
Right.
No, not a panic attack. It's not. The thing is, it happened over hours, like 3 hours a time. Could it be a panic attack? Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I've had anxiety attacks before, and this wasn't that. This was, yeah, no prostate. Definitely not the prostate. But thanks for, appreciate that, Carter. Gotta throw that in there. Yeah. Could have been the prostate. You know what? And I could have needed a rectal exam when I went into the emergency room, but you know what? It didn't happen. So what do you do? But no, something was stressing me across my chest. Yes. And I got a lot of shit going on, so I don't know. No anal probes. No anal probes. You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? I found out if you ask for anal probes, they look at you weird.
Yeah.
You just ruined Huckleberry's day.
Yeah, that was funny.
Sorry. Sorry, Huck. I tried. See, it's not a heart attack. I'm not going to die of a heart attack. I got a really strong heart, and it's not going to happen. I am not going to die of a heart attack, even while I'm having sexual relations with that woman.
But I tell you what, I was just glad to see everything's all right. So
yeah, me too. I was happy nothing fell off on the way over, and turns out nothing fell off while I was in there, and we managed to make it all the way back home with once again nothing falling off.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a good trip. Nothing stopped working. Nothing.
I thought maybe you had
the
a
tires. I don't know, dude. I don't know what it was. I wished I knew. Oh, they did a full chest x-ray. I didn't get back to all the tests that they were doing, dude. So, okay, the first hookup, then the EKG hookup, then a full set of x-rays, chest x-rays. And the only reason they didn't do a full-blown MRI on me is because the MRI guy had already gone home, and they don't do MRIs on the weekends.
Oh,
so,
okay.
The only other test would be the stress test, and I would have to stay overnight, and they put me on the treadmill for 10 minutes the next morning. I said, dude, that takes too much time. He says, well, it only takes 10 minutes once you get on the treadmill. Why? My thing was, so how long is it going to take me to get on the treadmill? Well, that's a debatable thing. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Enough. So anyway, I got a whole litany of tests. They did one suite of blood work, and I mean a full fucking panel of blood work, right? Then they did another full panel of blood work an hour later. They were looking for this cardiovascular marker in your blood that apparently increases after an hour. And they did not find the marker. So I don't know, dude. If I knew what it was, I would be very happy, but I don't. So I don't know. I need to bring it to the attention of my, I got a consult coming up with my GP. Yeah. No, she's a nurse practitioner. So he's a she and she's a nurse.
Fire in the bowl.
Hi, Deborah.
That's good.
I got one question real quick. Hey, Aaron, is Warehouse Dweller's name Monica?
No, Monica is the harmonica.
I know. Scroll up.
Okay.
I was truly surprised at how anti-jab they were. Well,
Oh, really?
mean, they weren't so much pro-jab. You know, the closest thing I got to jab was them asking me, "Have you been stuck yet?" No. Okay, that was it. That was it. Didn't need to get a jab. Didn't want to get a jab. Nobody was about getting a jab. It was pretty
Good.
cool, actually, in the hospital. Nobody giving you any shit about getting no jabs. Nobody was doing no jabs. Wasn't jab time.
Wasn't jab talk. No jibber jabber.
See,
No
and
jibber
that's what I
jabbers.
tell everybody here. Here it's the same way. They'll ask you if you've had it, and then some of the doctors, do you want it? You say no. Okay. And then we've got a couple hospitals actually suing against the mandate because they're still employing all their nurses and doctors and stuff that don't want to get it, and they're not going to let fire
Exactly.
them over it. So they're suing the
Absolutely.
government.
They can't fire them. They close business if they fire them.
Right.
There'd be no health care in Pahrump, Nevada, if they started firing nurses and doctors that didn't take the jab, because that's the bulk of them. This is a Trump town. This is a fucking Trump town. There's nobody's taking them jabs up in here.
No.
There's one hospital in a town. The town's got about 1,800 people. You walk up to the clinic. I had to go there to get my mom's insulin and stuff. You walk up to the clinic, and it says, it's your choice to get a shot. If you want it, you can get it. Goes into detail and everybody about that. But in big print, it says it's your choice. And they say, leave your politics at home. They don't want people to yell at them for getting it or not getting it. It's your choice.
And there are plenty of opportunities here in everywhere to get the free shot, whichever flavor you want. They're giving them out just as hard and fast as people take them.
Right.
They give them up. Yeah. But people just don't, our jab rate here, I think, is in the low 50s in the state of Nevada. Low 50 percentage,
Yeah.
So that's kind of low from what I understand. Some Californians are like, upper 70s, low 80%.
I think Colorado's like 62.
But I gotta say, I was really impressed. Nobody was pushing a jab. Everybody was just nice as they could be. They really were very nice. So, I mean, what do you get? And I got to be honest with you, the only option, if you're not between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, then the emergency room's all you get here, because there's no minute clinic, no patient first, no none of that clinic kind of shit.
First
I
aid
wish they
station.
did have some.
Right.
No, none of that. Nothing.
Urgent care.
Here, you got to take a long lunch break.
Back in DC, there were 4 or 5 different clinic or primary care kind of clinics that opened at 6 and closed at 10, and were open 6.5 days a week.
Right.
And they take my credit. They take both my credit card and my insurance card. So pretty cool. None of that here. Healthcare here is different. Much more limited access to healthcare here in the West. Vegas, I mean, if you're in one of the major cities, you got all the healthcare you need, right? Multiple major medical centers, clinics, minute clinics, that kind of thing. But outside of that, nope. That is the point. You're absolutely right.
Exactly.
So, I'm just trying to figure out how to deal with my health issues and the distance that I am here from the from medical. So what's important, what's not important, that kind of thing.
Right.
That's all. How you been? How's the weather there? Cold?
Yeah, it's cold. And it's going to be up 60 tomorrow, supposedly. And then Monday and Tuesday is nice. Then it drops back down to the 30s for highs for the next few days after that. But yeah, it's going to be nice here for about 2-3 days. So I might be busting ass tomorrow.
I think it was roughly 75 degrees here today. Not a cloud in the sky.
Right?
Today was our last warm day. Tomorrow, I think we're down to the 20s, and then starting Monday, we fall down to those single-digit highs. I think Tuesday and Wednesday, our high is supposed to be 0.
Free healthcare. Free healthcare. Oh, that's what you call it in Canadianistan, right?
Right.
Free
And Mary
healthcare.
said, yeah, but we're going to take half your salary in taxes to pay for it. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Zach loves that to poke you.
Oh, yeah, Deb. I don't go to the hospital unless I'm dying.
Okay.
Right?
So background on the phrase "I'm dying." On the phrase "I'm dying." So a couple years back, we were at the Maryland house, and I was having a really bad diabetic reaction, nausea, blown chunks. My blood sugar was like 400. It was a truly ugly moment in my life. And I said to the wife, I have to go to the hospital because I'm dying. Word to the wise, don't ever say that to your wife.
Right?
Because she'll remind you of it every waking moment.
You said you was dying.
Exactly. So I have to be on constant guard when she's taking me to the doctor here or we're discussing medical things. I have to make it a point to say, and I am not dying. And I want to be clear, I'm not dying. I'd like to open this statement with the declaration that I am not dying.
All right. There you go. All right.
So anyway, word of advice. Don't tell your wife you're dying.
Right? Okay. Got it.
Someone always pays for it. I'm gonna say this real carefully. Someone always pays for it. But I still say I would much rather pay for that than to pay for sending money to a gazillion nations that don't even like us. But no, yeah, free healthcare, it's not free. People pay for
How
it.
is
And
it? How is the medications free? I've never in my life seen free medications. Never.
Oh, it's not. That's what I was saying. Somebody's going to pay for it. But
I mean, does he get free medication?
That's what he's saying.
Dragon, you get free medications? Well, trust me when I say I'm paying for it.
Everybody
I'm paying for
condemns America.
yours. That girl's over there. Those 2 crack babies over here, and me, and the dogs, and the wife, and the girl out back. I pay for all of them.
You got a girl out?
I will say this though. I'd much rather my tax dollars be used for that than giving it to 100 nations that don't like us. This sending money overseas to all these nations has got to stop. I think we I don't know. We are the most giving nation, and why don't we give to nations that like us?
Were you not aware? I fund that too.
Oh yeah. That's why I say I'd much rather pay, for somebody getting some treatment though than doing that.
Then the motherfuckers have the balls, the goddamn audacity to tell me that I can't smoke weed. You cocksucking piece of who in the fuck do you think you are?
Yeah, no shit. Exactly.
That's a lot. We've got to get back more to it being the state than the federal government. This whole federalization is killing us.
Smiles in that
Federalization
mouth.
is killing us. You're absolutely right. Fucking
Yeah.
federal supremacy is not universal. It is not.
That's
And that
for
shit needs to
democracies.
stop.
Right.
That's where you and me are going to fix this thing. You and me.
Yeah. Local. Make sure the local is taken care of. So
Kill me now. No, 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 no. You do not. You are not dying.
Who's
no.
dying?
Miriam.
Oh, I think she's frustrated with arguing about the free healthcare. She lived in Canada, and she can't stand free healthcare because they took half of her money, literally, like down the line, boom, half or better of her money every check.
I know.
Yeah. And that was what would happen. They'd fund free crack pipes with it, to be honest. I mean, our government's not above that, obviously. This government.
He's
Mr.
almost,
Misfits in the house.
He's almost here.
Almost here.
Yeah. No,
So
there he is.
What's that, Don?
So I was in the hospital, and the admitting lady, the bills, the lady that does the bills, not the admitting lady, but the other lady, the lady that says, well, you're going to have to pay for all this shit. Right? So she comes around with her forms, 2 forms, and says, here, you're going to have to pay for all this shit. And I said, yeah, I got that. You got all my details and everything? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I just want to be clear. This is your 4th visit in less than a week. And so on the 4th visit, they say that you have to at least pay something. Your insurance says that you have to at least pay something. I looked at the young lady and I said, no, my insurance does not say that. Trust me when I say I'm intimately familiar with what my insurance say, and that's not it.
Right.
but if you need $100, I'm happy to give you that. So here's my HSA card, and you go take $100 off of it and make whoever you need to make happy. Okay? And I'm good with that. And then she looks at me and says, did you know that you have a deductible of $6,000? I said, yes, I do. I do know that. I have a deductible of $6,000 for me and the wife. I have a PPO with a deductible of $6,000. I do.
Okay.
She says, is that going to, that's $6,000 that you have to pay before anybody pays anything. And I'm like, hun, you don't understand how the deductible has evolved these days, but that's not true what you just said. So I have a deductible of $6,000, and yet my coverage is covered at pretty much 80%. So everything that they're going to do to me here is either covered at 100% or covered at 80% or is billed at Aetna's rate, which is a far substantially less rate than I'm going to see, right? So the long and the short of it is, and I know this because I've seen it, whatever they're going to charge me $2,000, $3,000 fucking emergency room visit is going to cost me $200. That's it. Out of my pocket. And I'm good with that. And that'll be $200, I think, that goes towards my deductible or something like that. I don't really know how that works. Don't really care.
Right.
Don't. $6,000 deductible does not do anything. It does not squeeze my testicles. It does not. Dude just faded off into fucking shit here. Look at that. So the young lady was just, and she couldn't have been more than like 25 years old. She was just aghast. And I was like, well, maybe do you not have health insurance, or do you not have good health insurance, or what's going to happen here? So You know what? I don't really give a fuck. And here's the beauty part. So let's say I pay $200 per visit and I've made 4 visits. So that's going to cost me $800. Guess what? I have an HSA health savings account pre-tax attached to a Visa card that's got thousands of dollars on it. So all I need to do is slip you that Visa card that pays for all 4 visits. I never see a fucking, I never blink because it never comes from my accounts.
Right. Right. There you go.
So how you doing, Don? How you doing, Wiz?
Dude, I am
Good,
wonderful.
good.
Thank you very
Hey,
much for asking.
can you beam me in? Yeah, hold on. One to beam in. Here I
Want to
am.
beam up, Scotty.
There
Dude,
I am.
that's so cool. I like the fuck out of that.
You like that?
Hey, did you get a chance to get that
Yes.
stick for me?
Yes, I do. I actually have a mini drive for you. I have to just load it now. I actually got a few of them in, thank God, but I thought I'd let you know. Yeah, I got that new Razer Kaya Pro. I had tried every hold on.
Right.
Yeah, I tried that one, but I tried the face. Basically, I've tried every camera that they've talked about out there, and this little Kaya Pro, which is made by Razer. It's $99 at Amazon, or what do you call it? Amazon. The thievery. I mean, the big place. Sorry, Amazon, for saying that. But it's the same thing as the face cam from Elgato. The Elgato face cam is $200. This thing's $100. And what's strange is the software is pretty much the same. Imagine that. Same size camera, same size aperture, same size, same function, everything. I don't want to pay an extra $100 for the same thing. Plus I can beam out, and I can beam in. Here we go. I was just having a little fun playing with some of the settings that this thing. I'm only kidding. That was fun. So that's my background right now. But yeah. So how's everybody else doing other than the Canada thing I've been listening to in the background?
What were you listening to in the background?
Oh, you talk. Everybody talk about Canada and the socialistic state medical. Yeah,
those fucking goddamn tyrannical commie cocks. I'm sorry.
If you would watch the one channel I was watching, I had it running all day in the background on Twitch, which was Brent for Liberty. All he does is he was just streaming from multiple places on the ground in Ottawa. Yeah, you should hear what they're telling the police officers, saying that they should be ashamed of themselves. They're pulling them into communism, and that they're allowing this man to do an illegal order and blah blah blah. So it was pretty saddening watching this one woman pleading with them, and of course they're just standing there faceless. And all I kept saying was simple. They're not Canadians standing there, because if they were, they wouldn't be doing this. I don't care how bad of a cop you can be. There is a level when you know you're not supposed to do what you're doing. And it's just a look at some of those guys' faces. It's like they had to get them from Ontario to come there, because people in Ontario don't give a fuck about the people of Ottawa. That's like a rivalry between two countries. Ottawa, that Vancouver area in and then you've got the Ottawa, Ontario, and all those people, and they're all like 4 different provinces, and they're all fighting each other. So I just feel bad watching it, but it is what it is. If they fall, they're going to lose this battle, because it's just too much force, unfortunately, and they're Canadian. So they have no guns. That's the only reason why our government won't do what they're doing, because we all have guns. Take away the guns, you can do that. Don't take away the guns, government can't do that. They won't do it. So that's the number one reason why most countries don't want to come and invade the United States, because they know most of us are armed. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing. I don't know. What's your thoughts, Wiz?
I don't know. I don't know if they. I don't. Yeah, they definitely got the subject of force going on these truck drivers. But
But well, yeah, it's their livelihood that's at stake. You know, it's they know they cut that off. They know they take that truck and a big giant tow. They know when they take it. Well, guess what? They win. You know what I mean? So I don't know what it's going to take, but hopefully it'll take soon. Because, like it says in my little icon, we'll work for food, need job. That's coming.
right. Yep.
Oh, I have not had this in a long time because I've been busy building up the studio here. The studio looks great, by the way.
Canada's independent.
Who's independent?
Canada.
That's
Tanya.
Tanya. Well, all I know.
I told her it wasn't, and she proceeded to school me.
Well, it's not. It as far as independent, it's supposed to be, but it's not. You know, like I said, they took away their guns just recently. Well, not that recent, but they took away their guns, and that's how you do it. That's Australia. Take away the guns. Look what they do. Canada. Take away the guns. Look what they do.
I saw a stat on Canada, and they had more guns per capita than we did, and lower violence.
Yeah, not anymore. They have no guns. It's illegal to possess a gun in Canada unless you're hunting. You can't own a pistol. Let's put it that way. You can't own a semi-automatic weapon, so to speak, in a rifle format. Not allowed. Pistols, not allowed.
Well, that's the first thing socialists go after.
I think in Canada, the main thing they did was just put a lot of restrictions and made it hard. But I know a lot of Canadians have guns.
Well, yeah,
but Miriam says they didn't take our guns, is what she said.
Now, they did put a lot of restrictions in place against semi-automatic and the legality of owning certain types of, if I recall, I could be wrong too. But they still, there's still a gun. People have guns. If I remember, Max ain't getting my guns, but if I remember right, they still got guns and handguns. Last thing I knew, they were allowed to own handguns still. It's just they've got to go through a lot to get the guns, I believe.
Right.
Oh, AR-10 is sweet.
What's up, Aaron? But yeah, no shit, man. Yeah, I wonder what.
My bad.
Max said that he was trying to kick off a hype train and it's not going. Gringo said it had to be three different people right after each other or something.
Reagan, try to convince Canada that England still owns them.
No, it's still no. You're correct about that certificate. It's one of the most hardest ones to acquisition. A firearms acquisition certificate. It's like one of the hardest things to get in Canada now.
They definitely made it difficult. Yeah.
Oh,
I
extremely.
think a lot of people were easily grandfathered in, though. I think that there was enough representatives that wouldn't allow them to go too far. Like Australia, I know Australia really got screwed over on a gun grab.
Oh, okay, so it's you can't get one now, but they didn't come and take them. There was no compensation.
Right.
Yeah, but
grandfathered.
Well, here's the most important part of what I was just looking up here on Canada's lovely legal website. Basically, as of May 1st, 2020, government of Canada has prohibited over 1,500 models of assault-style firearms and certain components, which sounds like us. But there's one thing that they don't have that we have is that they have no right to bear arms. There's nothing in their constitution that says they have a right to bear arms. Yeah. Hold on 1 second, please, guys. I'll be back.
Sound is weird.
Yeah, I think his mic was picking up. I think his wife was yelling for him. Oh, wow. Kick ass. Thank you, guys. Fuck. Max
What?
says he's got $3,000 worth of bits already.
Huh?
Yeah, and the
I missed
Twitch,
something.
there's a hype train going on. Yeah, no
I have
shit.
no idea what's going on.
Kick ass, dude. Holy shit. Trying to get the hype train kicked off. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, dude,
Hype train?
I was like, I'm still kind of fuzzy with the what it takes and all that stuff. But Gringo was saying it takes like 3 or 4 people to do the bits thing or subs or something like that.
Nothing to complain about, huh, Reagan? Okay.
Yeah. Oh wow. Rock on.
Congratulations, Reagan. You're in paradise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, if all the people support it, then more power to them. Here, it's just we like our guns. You're not gonna get them easily. So in Canada, it's one of those things you always hear. If a person never has a certain freedom, that freedom scares them initially. They become afraid of that freedom if they're not used to that freedom. And that's a big deal with a lot of countries. A lot of countries, never have, or for a long period of time, have not had guns for generations. So a lot of these people aren't used to having them. So they're not. They think they're these noisy, scary things. They don't understand them, and they're really not. 99.999% of us that own guns are perfectly safe wielding a firearm.
Yeah. It's it's that 0.1%. It's just
But you can't carry knives in public.
Yeah, they should probably have a cork on their forks.
right. Right. No, even their kitchen knives have to be registered.
Yeah. Make sure they're
That's
dull
so
ones.
weird. That's weird.
Yeah, Max is a giving guy.
Zoom says, I like watches.
I see eye watches.
In I was disappointed because I was like in Aaron's earlier, and I think Carpenter was the only one that did an absolute thumbs up and everything. But I was like, can I get a thank God that our forefathers were genius enough to make us a democratic republic and not, or a constitutional republic, my bad, and not a full on democracy? Just like Don and I were talking about before about federalization. Federalization happens easy under a democracy. Now, under a constitutional republic, there's so many checks and balances that they can't do it as easy.
I had an interesting day. I had to go buy some stuff at the Home Depot and then get some stuff at Fred Meyer, and all the prices are just way up. So when I left Fred Meyer, I put my "Don't blame me, I voted for Trump" flag on, and I went out and driving around just showing people that it ain't my fault. And I got 2 thumbs up and a bunch of strange looks.
Oh, Max, you rock. What the? Holy crap. Wow. Just completely level 5 the fucking hype trade, man. Dude, you rock. That is so cool. Oh, man.
I have no idea what he's doing. But I guess
Damn.
it's good. What are you doing, Max?
I know, right? It's all cool. It's all good. Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
He's donating a crud load right now through Twitch battery. He's dropping some bills.
No shit.
I wish I could do that.
Max says I'm doing stuff. Fire in the motherfucking bowl. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com. Oh wow. Yeah, let me get back to some light. There we go. Hey, there you are.
Yeah, my financial situation has been getting worse because of all this inflation.
But yeah, I tell you what though, man. You know, the truckers, they know they got nothing to go back to. If they turn around now, most of them know no matter what they do, they're not getting away scot free any longer because these bastards are going to chase them down, hunt them down. I mean, they're going after the people who contribute to the cause. Okay, they're going to hunt these guys down. They know what the truck licenses and information on the trucks. They've got it all. You know what I'm saying? They know where that truck is. They know everything about it. They know who owns it, who drives it, and what companies it works for. You know, yeah. These guys ain't shit. They ain't messing around because they don't have nothing to go back to. They turn tail and run, and there's nothing for them except for they get away. That's it. Their lives are already destroyed because if the regime that's in power continues to be the way it is, uh, they're going to be like January 6 people. Period. That's how they're going to be treated. Where's your badge? I don't know. Is there a badge? I don't. I don't know how that works. It should be. All the emotes are being delivered. Okay, that's how that works. Okay, I see what's going on now. Friggin' awesome. Use my bits for years. Wonder how many I have.
What the hell? StreamYard just started flashing.
Really?
It's just a white screen flashing at me. Oh, it's bothering my
Oh,
eyes.
yeah. My screen gets dark here. I'm still on solar power, so I'm like, wow.
I gotta go out, try to come back in.
Okay. Hey, Iris, you there? Dave.
Yeah, I'm here now. I just had
Oh, okay.
I had to go get the smoker. I've got a 10
Yeah,
pound or 15-pound pork butt. I'm gonna make shredded barbecue pork. So it's gonna be an 18-hour smoke.
Oh, wow. There you go.
There you go. I had to get the smoker. I had a God, I smell like apple wood. But yeah, get all the chips in there and everything. So in 18 hours, I'll be pulling that and then mixing it with some homemade barbecue sauce and I'm going to invite Chris over, and we're going to eat it up.
More
Yum.
better.
I got a. It's been a bit. I need to do a fire in the bowl if that's all right, because I haven't been here for a while. So I'm gonna fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl. Okay. It's Saturday night. Yeah.
There you go, y'all. So how's the clarity whiz of this camera? Good.
I think I do. Yeah, that you got some hella background noise.
I have background noise.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. That's good to know. Hold on. How about now?
I don't hear it now.
You don't hear it now?
No.
Okay, good. That was the air purifier, so I turned that off. So
I think it came back up.
all right, hold on.
I can hear every computer fan in the office there.
How about now?
I don't hear it right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Sensitivity on the microphone, I guess. Yeah.
I've got an XLR. I haven't finished setting it up. That's why, just honestly, that's why I haven't been on lately, because I want to get this thing set up properly. So, it's more or less once I get it set up right. I've got too many toys and I haven't plugged them together yet. That's pretty much what it was.
Right.
Yeah, just
Right.
haven't. I mean, I've got two AverMedia cameras because I thought one it was software related. I have Windows 11 Pro now. If you just so you know, Wiz, on that thing, once you plug that in, if your motherboard or if your computer has the basic capabilities of Windows 11, it'll automatically ask if you'd like to convert to from 10 to 11 Pro. It's free. There is no charge because I have a partnership license. So any of the system, yeah. So in other words, I have my licenses are good. You just call it in, just say it's on one computer, and it'll get assigned a number, and you'll have that. And anytime, and I would recommend if you do it, link to Microsoft OneDrive, because if anything happens to your computer, no matter what, all your files will come right back automatically once you start Windows again and you log in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'll know it's you and put them all back in the desktop.
Okay.
So, yeah, but I got that for you. You don't have to.
Cool.
You don't have to. All you got to do is point to the drive, and that's all you have to do.
Right. You got Windows 10 Pro Office on there too, right?
Yeah. Well, I have let me put it like this. I have a business account with Microsoft. If you would like to have that, I can send you an invitation and give you a key.
Okay.
If that works for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. So license always gets renewed. You never have to worry about it. Everything's in the cloud. You can go to somebody else's house, bring the same file down. You just log into your Office 365 account, and it's individual. You get your own username and password and all that shit. I just send you a lot.
365 is all about. I usually don't use that.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. You download Microsoft Word onto your computer, but if you are at my house and you want to see the files that you saved on your computer, it also saves a copy in the cloud. It makes a snapshot of whatever you've backed up, whatever folder it is, and then you just log on, open up Word, go to your folder and pull it on my computer.
Right. Well, I've got a lot of publisher documents,
Yeah.
stuff like that, business
Oh,
cards,
yeah.
flyers, layouts that I've done.
Well, the nice part about it is that it's free. You don't have to pay for it. It works. It's yours. You know what I mean? You get to use it. You know, I've been renewing my license with Microsoft as far as Office is concerned because I do the
Right.
business class Office.
Right. All my spreadsheets are all worksheet style.
Yeah. All that stuff comes with it. So I have for myself personally, I have 5 licenses. So, and I'm using one. You know what I mean? So if you want to, right.
Okay. No, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Yeah, I appreciate that. I really do.
Not a problem.
That's
I'll get that done. We're gonna have to exchange address with so I can send this drive once I load it. So
Oh, here, I'll just text it to you again.
yeah, just text it to me. That'd be good.
Okay.
All right. Singularity, hello.
What's up? I was just trying to give Chat Guff back. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I got the 64 pack of crayons this time, guys. Come on. Takes me a while.
Right? That's funny.
He gets caught up on which color to use.
Yeah. Couple new crayon coloring books, you know. So heck.
Right.
I found a Tandy computer. Tandy desktop computer. Hilarious. Things like a 286. So I'm going to be taking that thing apart and looking at the ancient history of that. And then I found, what is it? 8 megabyte card. I mean, it was hilarious. All the components inside. I just want to look at it. So, but kind of good. Oh, so what else is new? Wiz?
Just well, not much is new. Spring's almost here.
Generators are working.
Yes, the generators are glorious. They are fucking awesome.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So you can stay up past 12 now?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, tonight I'm on solar. I'm still on solar power. I never had to start up the engine.
How much do you pay for linear foot of solar panel?
Oh, I don't know about linear foot. But oh shit, sorry, Barry. But yeah, the ones I got are 12 volt, 9 amp panels.
Okay.
And
how big are they? Hey,
they're about 2 foot by 3 foot.
Okay.
All right, and I've got 14 of those, and I was running I can run an 8 battery bank off them.
Okay.
And that was the startup that I was working on. But my big set, I've got 6K worth of 350 watt panels, the Samsung.
Oh, okay.
And I got 16 of those in array on the garage roof. And that's got 16 deep cycles in it.
Okay.
And yeah, I've got a
Who left?
I bought a Midnight Solar charge controller.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 150 SL,
Okay.
which was the best thing on the market at the time. And then I just run a 2,500 watt Cobra 12 volt. I got the whole system 12 volt. I got a 12 volt inverter on it. It was 2,500. Actually, it does 3K. but it's standard 1,500.
So how much do you collect a day?
Generally between 2 and 3.
Kilowatts?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But
Yeah,
I haven't checked the numbers on winter, but I could go back in the logs and
okay.
but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean it does pretty good for what it is. But it's
And you put that together all by your little old lonesome, huh?
oh yeah. I've got a video.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to get a hold. There's a company, it's in Minnesota has a lot of solar panels that they're trying to get rid of because they're going to be going out of business soon.
Well,
So
get the panels, whatever they are. Okay, to get the
Just
panels
got me a portable.
and get the panels as whatever they are because you can these new system controllers they've got.
yeah,
Okay, you can configure the panels to be just about whatever you need it to be. And most
okay,
of those systems are MPPT, so they don't care what's incoming as long as you don't go over there. Yeah, I see that battery.
yeah, we see that battery.
That's got a
That's what-
built-in MPPT.
Yeah. Oh wow. But yeah, so they don't care what's coming out, and they really don't care what batteries that you use. It will adapt to those. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So as long as you don't, over amp or overvolt the system for the input from the panels, you're good.
Okay.
And as your batteries, it doesn't care as it'll self-detect 12, 24, 36, 48.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, just because today he had reached out because he knew I always had interest in it, and he just let me know that he goes, "Hey, listen, things aren't going so good, blah blah blah." You know the story. So he's like,
Right.
"I got an inventory here. Let me go through it and blah blah blah. I just want to break
So
even."
the nice thing about these new system controllers, if you can hook your generator into it, you hook up your solar panel, you hook up your batteries, you hook up a generator, and you can hook up. A lot of them will take grid power as well.
Okay.
So and it'll run the whole damn system. One unit does 5K,
Right.
and you can if you need more than that, you could piggyback these suckers, put them through a transformer, throw them into a 220 box, and distribute it from there.
Okay.
So yeah. Yeah, and the transformer does it does the secure bank for 240 basically.
Okay.
So yeah, it works out really well. So but the only other thing that I've seen is that I would suggest is to put a 60 hertz uh, on the system on the side, either put two of them on one on each phase. But the capacity, 60 hertz capacity, and that way you got a build bank. It'll protect the motors on your electrical, like
Okay.
refrigerators and stuff like that, because they won't be bleeding the system for brownout startups and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They'll hit capacitors, and the capacitors will give them what they want.
Okay.
Right. So they don't have that burn mark at startup. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's like I said, when I get the inventory of stuff that I'm looking at, he's gonna send it over to me on Monday. I'll send you a copy if you'd like, and we'll take a look at it because basically I get first pick. So he hasn't offered this yet because he hasn't announced what he's doing.
Yeah.
So-
Well, Don just bought two Grow Solar 5K system controllers. So yeah, he's jamming with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And
All right.
get the panels because
Yeah.
That's a source. You can configure them any way you need them to be configured.
Dev, Max is talking about his voltage.
All right, I'll be right back. I got to go check the smoker.
What's up, Shadow Man? Where should I aim this railgun? Portland? who's a
Not
what? A
Portland,
what?
unless you can miss Milwaukee. We're on the outskirts of Portland.
I'm just trying to catch up with chat here. My chat quit moving.
Okay.
Rock on. Damn right you are. Carver Patriot. Hey Dallas, welcome in. Now, as the weather gets better, I'll be back out there every day, every day, every day.
Yes, Ghost. That's perfect. Dead center Portland. That'll clear up a lot of the mess.
Ragged Coin, you talking to me about what job? Well, I'm building a farm. Building an off-grid farm, basically. Wood mill, greenhouses, and we're going to be building cabins, stuff like that. Eventually build the whole damn community. I want to build a metal forge working shop for welding and forging and
Wizard, I dream of retiring to a nice plot of land like you've got and doing the same thing.
right. I the way things went for me, this was like my last ditch effort of anything. This was the last thing I really, desired to do. I knew it was something I needed to do, but it was not the way I wanted to come into it. You know what I'm saying? But
Which is a
as I,
hectare.
yeah, as I got into the situation, I realized that this is what most people work for their whole life to get to this situation. You know what I'm saying? It's just not how I would have gone about it myself. But God put me here in this situation, in this, you know, it's not something I envisioned for myself. I did envision about coming out here and building this stuff up, but not like this. You know. But yeah, I'm truly blessed, and I am so grateful. A hectare is a very large bunch of acres. There. What in the world? That but yeah, no. Man, dude, I'm out working on rabbit cages right now. As soon as like tomorrow, and I get that done, get that area cleaned up, clean up the chicken coop, and then I'm building dog kennels. I gotta build the dog kennels, which is cool. Like, that's gonna be all right.
Was
What's happening, Canute?
kind of just waking up.
Yeah, well, good morning. How was your day?
Spent it in bed.
Nice and comfortable.
Yeah, this can be
That's cool.
expected.
Can't be what?
As well as can be expected.
Right? I tell you what, I'm jamming, dude. I'm still on solar power and it's 11:11. It's time for pie on solar time. This is badass. It's over freezing today, so freezer's got no reason to kick on.
Too cold. Hey,
Right?
we're getting freezing weather the rest of this week, or this coming week.
Oh yeah.
Snow down to 1,000 feet.
Oh,
Yeah, it's 10 degrees here tonight.
We're gonna reach the 20s at night.
Blueberry pie.
Oh, I could eat some blueberry pie.
Mm-hmm.
I should make one.
Same here, Dad.
I should make one that I can eat.
Mm. Mm. Oh man. Same here. It's supposed to be 60 tomorrow. In fact, 63 and it's sunny.
Oh, we're gonna get 50.
Oh man, it's gonna dry up everything. It's gonna be awesome.
Chicken pie.
Mm. Then Monday 64, Tuesday 59. Mm-mm-mm. And don't forget Max's custard pie. You have to get Max a custard pie. He wants a custard pie.
Love custard.
Mm.
It's got a bad sounding name, but sure tastes good. Custard kind of rhymes with mustard, but it's sweet.
Miriam, you have to make Max a custard pie.
I miss pie time. Damn.
Oh, you're still going on, bro.
Snooze, you lose.
Damn it. I will get the crumbs.
You know what I'd like? I'd like a fig pie.
And our guns too, Reagan.
Have some gun pie.
Gunpowder pie.
Pie is the answer.
Don't jump.
Oh yeah.
Mine is a chocolate covered payday.
Eat that gunpowder pie, but don't jump. might set it off.
Hmm.
Yeah, the drive size that I could get was 1 terabyte. To make it work stable. You know what I mean? So 1 terabyte, and you can expand on it. So in other words,
No.
like I said, you can use it like a hard drive, like a operating system for your computer. You can pull your main.
One of
No,
those.
see, I don't.
I need one of those little sticks.
Yeah, that's what I've got you. I got you.
Oh,
a thummy.
badass! I thought you said you weren't going to do that.
No, I got you a 1 terabyte thummy, so you'll be able to use it.
Oh, badass!
That's what I mean. It's not going to be much. I'm just got to load it, make sure it's stable, and if it's stable, then you can use it.
That means I could actually get rid of this box of.
Miriam.
I've got a whole bunch of like smaller ones, you know, like 128 and stuff like that. I could just like put them all on one.
You can put them all on one. I could show you what it looks like if you want to see. Do you want to see it? Hold on. I'm going to turn my camera around here and turn it on. All right. So what you're going to need is one of these. Do you see that?
Oh yeah, I got that.
Okay. This is the 3.1 with the reds are the 4.0 USB. So in other words, very fast, blah, blah, blah. So
Yeah, hold on a second. I was going to grab mine.
I'm liking that camera.
It's all kind of wired in right where it's at. So,
Okay.
but yeah, I've got one, and it's got the little switches on each outlet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. And that's connected to your USB port on your main computer, correct?
Right.
So okay. That's all
It
you'll
only
need.
does 3 amps. It only does 3 amps though. So
No, it'll be fine.
yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. But
You only need 1.5 to run the thumb. So that's what I'm saying, to run the actual mini hard drive that I've got. So
it'll do 3.0 USB, but it only runs 3 amps.
Yeah. No, it'll be fine. If you got something like that, that thing over there only cost me $9 on Amazon, so it's not expensive. I promise you. It's just a bunch of USB ports soldered together into one line, so it can handle up to 400 lines on one USB port usually. So, which is good. But like I said, it'll be really simple. All you'd have to do is you just have to have a motherboard, a processor, and a monitor.
You got two 4-port set, and I've got 2 8-port.
Well, yeah, that's all you got to do is plug that in, point the motherboard to that as your OS, your starter. The master boot will be on there. That's what I put on there. I put a universal master boot, so it'll look at what you got before, because normally it'll lock to what you've got. So I made it so it doesn't. So you can switch it from one PC to another PC. You can come over to my house. I can point my motherboard to your drive, and it'll work.
Oh, right. Nice.
That's the technology I've been working on for that area, is to have a universal operating system that you can move around, and you don't need to have an anchor system, which is what you're running off of now. So,
Right.
you can walk into Best Buy, take their computer if you can get into the BIOS, and then point it to that little thummy, and then that's it. Now, I want to write a program next. That'll be my next thing, is so that you don't do that. So in other words, it'll automatically tell the computer to reboot and tell the computer to point to you. You know what I mean? Wherever you're at. And then erase itself, erase that boot and log and erase that after it gets pulled out of the drive. That's the next part. So that's phase 2. So, I mean, in other words, you don't need a computer. You can carry it around in your pocket all day long. And all there would be dummy terminals. Anybody else here?
Fire in the bowl.
Thank you. So it looks like Wiz is frozen in time.
Yep, it's time to
Yeah.
turn on the Jenny.
He's got to turn on the Jenny.
So is Chris back from his vacation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he is. He's just been working on his music gig. I mean, that's literally all he's been working on. You know, it's nonstop music, which is fine. That's a passion. You go for it, right? So, but I keep trying to encourage him to come back, but he hasn't come back.
Sounds like he's having trouble turning on Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny's
Yeah,
giving him
I
some
tried
problems.
to turn Jenny on and she slapped me in the face.
That's funny. Well, we've got enough shit going on in the world. It's pretty hilarious. Has anybody heard?
I gotta go fill the furnace.
Okay. Have we heard from the general or you guys? I have not been keeping you guys in the background for a while. So, is the general okay over there?
The general, which
I mean the one in Norway. The guy in Norway. Here we go. The colonel. Sorry.
oh yeah, Colonel's fine.
Yeah, Colonel. Okay.
He's Netherlands.
Netherlands. That's right.
Yeah. He was in chat last night, I think.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I've just been watching different shows. That Brand for Liberty, it's pretty good. I think he's offline now. I'm not sure. Oh, he's got 374 people in it. Yeah, he's just going over all the video of Canada downtown. He's got like multiple screens, multiple things, and everything else like that. But anybody wants barbecue pork, it'll be on tomorrow night. Indianapolis, come on down. I've got a lot of it. So, oh, well, I guess the Jenny is not coming back on.
Oh no, it'll take him probably 15, 20 minutes to get back up here.
Okay. All right.
Because he probably uses the time to take a pee break and
have a cigarette outside, pet the
play with the
dog.
dogs.
Yeah, probably. I'd do it. There's no doubt I'd do it. Now I've got my cousins over in Ireland. They're keeping track. There we go. Yeah, it's a generator. He texted me. Cool. All right. I'm going to be back in a little bit. I just got to go downstairs. I'm sure this is not going to stay up late.
Stand up at a moment.
All right.
So I'll be back. I'm going to just text him. I'll be back. You guys will be on tomorrow, so I'll just come on tomorrow.
Oh, we'll probably be up for at least top of the hour.
Okay. All right. I'll be back. I just got to go down to the smoker. You know, just making sure it's doing what's. Well, yeah, I'm getting it to temperature right now. That little game of getting it to 225, that's going to last, and there's enough in there to last overnight till I wake up again, and then go back in there and make and restock it so it can do another 10 more hours. So that's pretty much what I'm doing, getting it to the right temp. So, all right, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys maybe a little later or tomorrow.
Never had to block anyone.
All right.
All right, bro. Talk to you later. Bye.
Awkward silence. Swordars. Same here, Sing. I guess I wasn't keeping it lively. I'm still here.
Excuse me.
Well, I know a guy, Max. I know a guy. His name is Michael Hunt. He refuses to be called Mike.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Welcome
Oh.
back.
generator. Yeah, solar power gets out.
Finally,
Yeah, which is
We've been
nice
for a long
because it's 11:30 here, so it hasn't been up until now. It usually doesn't. It doesn't last past about 7:30, 8 o'clock. But days are getting longer. The sun's being out when it's clear. It's get a good charge on the batteries. So
it's hard to get the sun to charge here right now. Had a good day yesterday, and nothing plugged into the solar panel.
well, as long as the sun gets higher in the sky before the leaves start forming on the trees, I'm good to go.
Then it's time to move the solar panels, huh?
Hmm?
Then it's time to move the solar panels.
Oh, I ain't moving the solar panels. You can't move them once they're mounted to the roof. You're not going to move them around.
Cut the trees a little.
Maybe. There's been some talk of that too.
But the trees are blocking the sun, and you can't move the panels. No use having them.
Why you?
No, what Wizard really needs, he needs some solar panels that he can attach to a weather balloon and just send them up in the air above the treetops.
Yeah, you really have to. Yeah, see, Canoes understands we basically cut this place out of the woods.
Yeah.
And really long cable.
I mean, but the best I could hope for is to top off one of these trees around here is good and strong and tall, and build a platform that will allow it to follow the sun. You know. But yeah, that's the best I can hope for around here as far as solar panels go. But we do pretty good. After about May, June, there's no electrical problems. I rarely had to run a generator for anything but the well. So, and it goes 24. It'll go 24 after about May.
No más pantalones.
Jack posted a video about what?
An anti-LRAD shield.
Nice.
A portable shield that you could use by hand to block LRAD signals.
Oh shit! So they're using those on the people over there, huh?
Yeah, it's basically like it's a real simple setup. It's like a mesh grid connected to a wire frame with a small power source, and you mount it on a pole that has a grounding rod on the bottom of it, and you enclose the entire thing inside a protest, placard that, like, the signs that people carry at protests, and you just carry it around with you, and if you're moving, you pick it up and you take it to the next spot, and you just plant it into the ground so it grounds, and you stand behind it. And if they're using LRAD against the crowd, it blocks it from getting to you.
I want to see that. What's
Nice.
this channel?
Well, you go to Jack's channel.
Shows you how
I
to
forgot
make
what his channel
Look it
is.
up. Let's see if I can find it here real quick.
He never did show us pictures of that microwave gun he built.
I think
You
he
know,
may
he
have
told-
wanted to, but he thought better of it. Considering how hard the government was going for him. He was saying in this latest video that he's back home at the, in Dambulla, but he's planning on heading back to Canberra for the protests, I guess.
Is it still Dimbula Knife Works?
Blade Works.
Blade Works. Okay. That's why I got it wrong.
Yeah, Don says he sent that. He sent me some of that honey butter. I can't wait.
There it is.
I thought about melting some of it into icing. You know what I'm saying? Make icing with it. Put that on the pie, and yeah, he says you can only eat a teaspoon of it, and that's a dose. And I might want to try half a dose or something
Yeah.
to start out with. Yeah, a dose to Don is like Don Barrett would be like, oh shit to me. I'd be like Aaron sitting on the floor for 3 days.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay, I found the video. But I can't subscribe.
Yeah, he gets weird every once in a while, Puerto Rico. Yeah, we
Are you actually logged into YouTube Battery?
Yes.
I don't know what to tell you about that.
Oh, wait a minute. It says I'm subscribed.
Click on that subscribe button again so that you're unsubscribed, and then click it again to subscribe. It's probably just YouTube doing their fucking bullshit.
Okay, I did.
Well, Singularity, you were having all that shit with your spell check thing. It was always changing words on you and stuff. That was funny as shit. He was fighting with his spell check for like a month. Oh fuck, man. Oh. But yeah, this oh man, I got so many things I want to get done. I want to do. I'll just have to keep busting ass and get the check marks on the list.
Okay. I'll watch the channel tomorrow. That video.
Wild Bill says he should do shrooms and go on screen. Then Wizard would have to mute him while he laughs his ass off. Well, do it. Oh.
Carpenter. Yeah, but yeah,
Um,
no shit. Fire in the bowl.
So yeah, salty cracker today. Dumb lefty nurse gets vax injured, and of course blames Trump. And it was Biden that forced her to take it. She blames Trump.
You were gonna say something, Canoes?
About the only thing I saw in the news today. Pelosi apparently was out of town. No one said anything. She was over in Israel for a day or two.
Oh, really?
She was inspecting the Iron Dome system. That's what they say.
Oh, really? Why? Is she looking at purchasing one to put it in around the fucking White House or some shit?
Just
Well, like
a
the hardware that goes into Iron Dome is very similar, and in some points it is stuff that we manufacture. It's just the Israelis tie it all together differently than we do, through computers and everything.
Right. Right.
No, she didn't call you a bitch. She called you a bitching Brit. It's different.
Man.
Pelosi's a troll.
Oh, man. You know what? They didn't have any sweetened. All they had was sugar-free, 100% grapefruit juice. So I had to take this bottle, pour half of it out, put a cup of sugar in the damn thing, and put water in it to fill it back up, and it was good. Otherwise, it tastes like you're eating the rind of the grapefruit when it's so thick.
Oh yeah, unsweetened grapefruit juice is.
Yeah, I know.
They actually took the sugar out?
Yep.
No, that's wrong. I can only drink grapefruit juice. It has to have no added sugar. The sugar that's already in it is fine.
Well, this stuff is so thick and so rich that I can take half this jug, put a cup of sugar in here, fill it up with water, mix it well, and drink it just like that. And it tastes great. So I get 2 of these jugs for the price of 1. So I'm happy.
I like taking grapefruit juice and mixing it with orange juice, like 50-50.
Oh yeah,
like the grapefruit juice.
That makes a great mixer for vodka. If you want to have like a screwdriver with a twist.
Racism?
Great way to make one.
Against who?
Well, this is kind of like my medicine. I don't know why, but for me, I'll say something personal here. I have problems with having to get up and go to the bathroom all the time at night. But if I'm drinking grapefruit juice, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it is that makes a difference, but it does. So it's a medicine for me. So that's why I drink it so much.
Who sucks plums? I eat them.
Pink grapefruit juice and don't have issues. It takes a couple days for it to get in. It's got to do something with the amino acids or something.
Yeah, well, grapefruit has a lot of weird chemistry compared to other citrus fruits.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's a lot of prescription medication that you can't take with grapefruit or grapefruit juice because it could possibly kill you.
Oh, really?
You can't have grapefruit if you're on statins.
It doesn't mix well with a lot of medicines. Like some of the stuff
Statins.
my dad was taking, he could not drink grapefruit juice or eat a grapefruit because it basically give him a heart attack, I think.
Bullshit. Well, whatever it is, I don't take those other medicines, but
Yeah.
the grapefruit juice does just good for the medicine that I needed to do. Then it's like, I mean, I was taking that Prostagard and stuff like that. That did help. But I'm not one, I don't like taking pills all the time.
Yeah.
So I just
Wait,
by chance ran across this issue with grapefruit juice, the ruby red grapefruit juice, and man, you talk about, I was like, wow, that's better than those damn pills. We're not racist. Right? We don't care if you're bred or not. It's not about where you're from. It's about who you are. Battery.
I like the limeys too.
This means war.
You didn't win the last 2 times.
Yeah, you got to think about that there, Ragged. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Right. But
No, I'm just having fun too. Reagan's all right.
yeah, he's a good guy. Fire in the motherfucking bowl. There you go.
Oh wow, Jack built a small gold sluice box. Nice. What the heck is that? He has a piece of railroad track up on a pole. It says barbecue tools. What the hell?
That's a good video, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch up on his videos. I saw the railway spike knife. That was cool. Pioneer Museum. Chilling. Archive steel sword, Edo period style katana. Holy crap. That'd be cool to make my own katana.
Yeah, well, Jack does that, man. He's been doing that for years and years, man. He's been making knives and blades and stuff like that, guns and metal manufacturing for a long time.
His videos are, fantastic videos. Okay, that's the end of them. $16 videos. 24 views 5 hours ago. Heck, it takes me a week to get 1 or 2 views. He gets 24 in 5 hours.
Well, he has a following.
Yeah. Well, he's a little more talented than I am.
Well, it's not just his work, it's his activism. He gets a lot of Australian patriots watching his stuff.
Oh yeah, he's got some videos about what's going on there.
Yeah. I was actually expecting Colonel Shaw to show up.
Oh, I thought he did.
Not yet that I know of. Not tonight. Last night he did, but he didn't want to come up.
Let us win. Yeah, the first time, I got that. Because you came back for round 2. I have Welsh ancestry. No, not Welsh. Very close, though. In my family line, Cumberland. Very close. They used to steal from the Brits. Well, Ragged, I have not been able to stream.
Yeah.
I don't think I have enough viewers yet.
Right? Just following chat. This is World War III in chat. Oh, but yeah. Where's my baby? Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here.
Well, I'm now subbed on Twitch. That cool.
Sweet. Oh, he's like, no, I'm laying down. You're not getting me, Dad. She went back to sleep. She's like, leave me alone. Prince, come here, Prince.
Hey, Ragged, I heard a story about some rugby players challenging some football players to a game. Yeah, they found out why our football players wear those shields. They got stomped. Your rugby players. That was a great story. Ain't no way I'll play rugby. Not without the padding.
I still pick you up. Yeah, he's 75 pounds, but I can still get him. Oh, what's your oh, such a big old boy. Oh, he's still my puppy. Oh, if I can't get the camera down there. Look at that big old puppy. Is that a great big old puppy? Mhm. Nah, he's not spoiled. Not at all. No. Where's your baby? Where's your like I'm tired. No. Oh, oh my goodness. Yeah. Let me down. What? Oh, what's it play? You want to go? You just want another hug? Yes, I just want one hug.
Go back to the video.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is a huge lapdog.
Yeah, he's 75 pounds now. 5 months old.
He's like, let me down. It's uncomfortable up here.
Yeah. Oh. He'll be 6 months old. The end of the month.
That's a polar bear.
That's a great big old polar bear. Yeah.
That'd be a good video, Dragon. Do it.
Oh yeah. Yep, that's Prince. Princess doesn't want to get up on my lap. So
Wait, who's unvaccinated? Ain't nobody giving their health information. Big boy below? Heck does that mean? I'm sorry, I don't speak Brit.
what have you heard any, hey Canoes, have you heard anything about Space Force? Any news
Oh,
on
watching it.
No, nothing lately.
I was watching
No.
Space Force today.
We're not talking about your kiddie shows.
It's a stupid show.
Jen.
I haven't watched it in a very long time.
Jen's in the
What?
chat.
Hey Jen, how you doing? I haven't seen Mama Don either.
Wow. You said hi, Jen, and she just popped up.
I
On my
said
screen.
that because she just popped in the chat.
Yeah, why we do that?
Well, one thing, Reagan, why don't you speak proper English? You're using all the wrong words. Is that on purpose? You spell two, T-W-O, when it's actually T-O, and no, N-O, and it's supposed to be K-N-O-W. Is that on purpose?
But Jen says I speak Newfie. That's not proper English.
The heck is Newfie?
Newfoundland.
Oh, well, duh.
Yeah, she's the sisterhood of Newfoundland, Newfies, like Mama Don. She's a Newfie.
Yeah, that's an interesting language. Kind of close to German, but words are different. Sound about the same, but their words are different. We have our own too. We have an American dictionary and we have a British dictionary.
Oh wow! They arrested some Newfoundlanders. Newfoundlanders.
Yep.
How'd they know they were making them?
It was like a multi-year investigation from what I got out of the article. They've been following the people around for a couple of years, and then they finally got all the evidence together they thought that they needed to prosecute, so they raided them.
Oh wow!
Hey, Wizard.
Especially
I've been
now in
looking
these
at
times of revolt. Yep.
the Wizard. I've been looking at this solar panel. It's really high quality.
What's that?
This portable solar panel. I'm going to put it in with my battery box.
What is it? 12 volt? What? 2 amps?
Yeah, it's a 12 volt. 12
What's
amp,
it amp?
12 watts.
No, don't give me wattage. What's the voltage and amperage?
Okay, I'll have to look up the amperage.
Wattage don't mean shit. When you're talking about just voltage systems, and Yeah, wattage don't mean nothing. And it's just when you set the system up.
I saw the amperage here. Here we go.
It's probably a 1
Operating
amp.
power current is 0.67 amps.
Okay, so you're right about 2/3 of an amp. Yeah, it's a trickle charge at best.
Well, that's pretty much what I want it for.
Right. And it's not going to do a very big battery.
Well, I got one that keeps draining. I don't know why.
But you'll probably get an amp out of it when it's in full sun. Especially once it gets warmed up. But if you've got it stuck to a window, as soon as it gets warmed up, it's going to come off. No sucker cups don't hold when it gets warm.
Yeah, they do fall off. Hey, Reagan. White cliffs, kind of like Ireland, huh? Oh, yeah,
weird shit
Max.
happens. Weird shit always happens in Florida. Oh,
Yeah, you always hear about Florida, man.
I remember that guy with the bath salts. He was in Florida. He ate somebody's face off.
Yep.
Watch Donut Operator. He talks about Florida, man, all the time.
He hasn't in a while, though.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen him do Florida Man stuff in close to a year, I think.
I actually haven't seen anything from him in a while.
The zombie
Where?
apocalypse will start here. Right?
Where, Max?
Florida.
Ah, okay. Well, it's warmer.
Yeah, where is Florida Explorer? Anybody heard from him recently?
No.
No, not for a
since
very
that
long time.
Came on stream.
Asked about it before. Dover Battle of Britain, Dunkirk. Wait, was that battle in Dover or Dunkirk? Two completely different countries there.
He's on the British side, and Dunkirk is on the French side. That's the basic area, I believe, where the Dunkirk retreat took place.
Dunkirk is in France?
Yes.
Oh. It sounds German. I just assumed.
Battery. Never mind. Yeah. Anyway. So
Okay,
anyway, but yeah, this just looking for anything coming out of but I'm not seeing any coming out of Canada anymore about. I've got the one article, but that's OAN. That's old news.
I just realized I did know where Dunkirk was.
Oh, did you see that associate of Epstein just was found lifeless in her jail cell.
No.
Yeah. Epstein
That's
associate turns up dead in their jail cell. You know, kind of like he did.
Yeah, she got Hillaried.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Who called you dumb, Reagan? Never even used the word. So, wasn't me. And Reagan, I don't know every place in the world. Do you?
The latest thing I'm finding about Canada on Gateway Pundit, there was an article posted about 8:30 that shows a video of Ottawa police shooting rubber bullets and tear gas on a peaceful crowd.
Yep.
Actually, I don't know what you mean. Okay. We can go on.
There's something on Drudge Report says truckers arrested
Sure.
at gunpoint as police advance against Ottawa protesters.
Outraged citizens flood Ottawa police phone lines with complaint calls about horrific treatment of protesters, and in response, Ottawa police respond by threatening callers with criminal charges.
Whoa. That's fucked up.
People would be upset if it was Trump doing this.
Trudeau's deputy, Chrystia Freeland, whose grandfather was a prominent Nazi and who is director at the World Economic Forum,
Tear gas and
says
taters.
she plans to make her emergency powers permanent.
What? This was who?
Trudeau's deputy. I'll throw the link in the chat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's a Soros person.
Dang it. That's not what I said at all.
That's the only article I'm seeing on the truckers. Now, they got one here, U.S. Capitol girding for potential convoy protests at State of the Union address. Because they're supposed to be there March 6th. So, oh, wow. So there's that. Yeah. There's nothing else. One article on Drudge Report. What the fuck?
Okay.
News has got
I
anything
dropped
new?
out because I clicked on that link.
Yeah.
It won't open a new window. It just kicks me out.
That incident where they knocked the protesters down, traveling with horses, there was over 100 of the protesters that were arrested in that situation.
Yeah, so I'm talking about that this morning. The horses running the people over.
Cargo ship full of Porsches, Volkswagens, and Bentleys is on fire in the middle of the Atlantic. That sucks. Ooh, the People's Convoy heading to Washington. Organizers unveil their plan.
Okay, I was going to touch something else on my screen, and my finger brushed the back arrow.
Yep, it says says here that they're going to kick off on February 23rd from the Barstow area in California.
Yep,
And
they're meeting in D.C. in 5th.
excuse me.
Gesundheit. Bless you. Got you. Right,
Thank you.
I said that last one was wrong.
Yeah.
It was Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I tried to say something else. That was Swedish for Merry Christmas. Where did I pick that up? That's weird. I heard somebody say.
My horn. Yeah, had to blow my horn. Yeah.
I heard somebody say that while they were in England, say, why is it the people that created the language don't speak it very well? Of course, he said that. Of course, he said that because they didn't speak the way he did.
Languages evolve, man.
Yeah. Well,
and once they travel to different, parts of the world, they evolve. It's been like that forever.
When the Saxons went to England and they created their own country, they had to change their language, so they invented English. And then when we broke away from England, we had to change our language so it's different from theirs. It's kind of a English thing.
Well, get this, Tina Peters and Sharona Bishop, the ones that were raided in Colorado, she's now talking about running for the Secretary of State. I thought Sting might be interested in that.
Everybody has accents. Even Carpenter Patriot. And Huckleberry. You don't talk like somebody else, you have an accent. What? I'm sorry, Reagan. I don't understand that. Could you translate that to English? Well, it's kind of weird thinking you don't have an accent, Sing. Got to be joking.
Yep, they're talking about, there's an article on Frank News that's talking about bank seizures and end of civil liberties as part of Great Reset that's already underway in Canada. And that's what it's, that's all their
speak it. How long
background on it? Yeah, like that. So
speak it fine, Ragged.
So the World Economic Forum influence over
Time?
Trudeau's government, which is basically the green agenda.
Oh, okay. Seeing, I get it. That's why it spells wrong. Spelling and grammar out the window when you text to speech. Well, Ghost, I
Okay,
have
here's
to
the
look at it for a
here-
while.
here's the lowdown on this Epstein thing. The Epstein accomplice, Jean-Luc Brunel, reportedly hangs himself at a French prison. That's what it was.
Wow.
That's what it.
The
Yeah.
Clintons have reach in France.
Oh yeah, that's where they killed. That's the same area where they killed John McAfee.
You should know English history, Regan.
They killed John McAfee in France.
Oh, the guy from the they
Antivirus.
created the
Yep, McAfee antivirus. Yeah, they killed him.
antivirus. That's trying to think of the word. Thanks.
Yeah, 2 days after he goes on, they're trying to kill me, and don't believe it if I end up dead. It's not because I killed myself. And he fucking even had a tattoo. I did not kill myself on his shoulder, put on his shoulder.
1812, saying. That was the last time we chased him out. And we did it in New Orleans.
We had a lot of fighting out near me. There was a big naval battle between us and the Brits on Lake Erie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's where Commodore Perry made the famous statement of, "We have only yet begun to fight." Or no, I take that
That's
back.
great,
He said, "We have met the enemy and they are ours."
Yeah.
That famous statement.
Ghost, English has not been Shakespearean for a very long time.
Yeah, even Shakespeare had to write a compendium to his plays so he could explain what they said.
Start over T. It did not start over T. Oh my gosh. T was just one of the conflicts.
It's just the one that pissed off the British the most.
Kind of pissed off the Indians too.
Yeah. Oh, but good Lord. Well, guys, I need to call it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll drop out of here. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna let Canoes carry on, and I'm gonna go ahead and get the puppies situated and stuff like that. So
Stone finger proofreading.
I will see you guys tomorrow night. Dream well, Patriots.
Okay. Good night.
Right.
All right. Take care, Bill.
Rock on.
Oh, just two of us now, huh? Oh, there was a joke about three beer giants went to a convention. And after the convention, they decided to go out for some beers. Well, the first one said, I'll have the finest beer, a Corona. So they bring a Corona. And then the second guy says, I'll have the king of beers, Budweiser. The third guy says, I'll have a Pepsi. They both looked at him and he said, well, if you guys aren't going to have any beer, I'm not either. He's from Guinness.
Okay.
I guess I ruined it. Or y'all heard it before.
It's just not that funny.
Gosh, most people laugh. This is the first time. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's just Canoes, you're a tough crowd. Click, click, click. Yeah. Please, someone come up. I'm boring Canoes.
Well, it's just better with 3 or 4 people than 2.
Neither one of us talk much. Yes, Max, please come up. And Reagan. Yeah, marry him. Save him. Well, we got Sing.
How's it going?
Second, I thought
Hey,
Emerald was back.
Figured I'd come up. Waiting for my phone to catch up with chat. Don't feel bad, Carpenter or Ragged. I'm constantly screwing up words. Autospell will screw me up so bad sometimes. Especially if you're getting in a good, stage of, oh,
Want to
forgot to change my picture. But if you, I forgot to change my avatar. But when you get caught up in a good conversation and you're trying to type fast and everything, and then half your words are different than they're supposed to be.
I saw something funny on YouTube today. This woman, she had this miracle baby. They said, that she kept having miscarriages. Then that she gave up on having babies. Had one, and then adopted a boy, and then she turned up pregnant again, and she gave birth to a little girl, and it was the ugliest baby. And she went on TikTok to show everybody how ugly her baby is. Tanya's here. Woohoo! Got another Canadian.
Yeah, Carpenter, there's times that I'll type something long, it makes no sense, and then I'll just type in, oh, fuck it. I give up. Or when the joke sounds way funnier in your head, and then you type it, and it makes no sense after you say it.
Tanya, does the Queen still own Canada? I already know the answer, but go ahead, tell everybody else. do the same thing, Carpenter. I'm like, can't post that. Uh-oh. Let's not fight now.
You guys are talking about
Gordy?
Oop, my bad. Go ahead.
We both talked at the same time, so I'm sorry
Right.
too.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I wasn't even going to say anything too interesting, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, Trudeau's calling all these protesters Nazis. They're all waving Canadian flags. So is he saying the Canadian flag is a Nazi flag?
No, he's saying that because when the protests first hit Ottawa, like 2 weeks ago, there was a bunch of like counter protesters in the crowd that were pro-government, and they were just fucking around with, the truckers and the regular Canadians. And one of them
Well,
left
the ones that oppose
Nazi
the truckers,
flag.
they're acting like the
Yeah.
fascists.
Well, it was just all misinformation. They left behind a bunch of stuff to blame on the good Canadians, and one of those they left behind a Nazi flag. That's all that is.
Canada and Australia are both confusing things with the
Foes,
English
Google it.
empire. They were given, but there's still some type of link. It's weird stuff. I don't think they legitimately own them though. They were given their independence.
Yes, they
But
were.
they're still but the English still consider them a territory. So that's, I think, coming from different type, the two different views. But they're
English
not owned
still
by
think
anyone.
they own us. They've lost their empire long ago.
Well, actually, after we defeated them, it was a downhill spiral after they couldn't take back the colonies here.
Yeah.
Especially after 1812.
Bunch of rednecks defeated the best military in the world. It was inspirational.
Right.
But Britain has become a very good friend to us lately. I guess because we saved their asses twice in 2 world wars.
You knew at a point too,
though.
the British did so much during the war. I mean, they took a brunt, and they still, give them that. So
they weren't. Neither side was gaining until we jumped in. So,
right. Oh yeah. If it hadn't been for us, it would have never. The British were at the point of they were about to break. If we hadn't entered when we did, they were about to break, especially with the what were those wolf attack subs or wolf groups of attack subs that were sinking all the merchant ships that we were trying to get over there to supply England.
Tanya, I only said that because somebody in the chat said that England still owned Canada.
Yeah, I still think.
I know they don't. So
I still think it's different outlook from different countries. They still think they do. The Canadians don't believe they do. And if you look at it on paper, then no, they're not owned by England. They're a self-sufficient and independent country. It's just really weird and tricky with Australia and Canada, when they were separated. But I don't know much about Canadian history, so I'll yield to Miriam and Tanya on that one.
No, I just put in the chat Canada's current status with the UK. All constitutional ties between Canada and the UK ended with the passing of the Canada Act in 1982.
Yep. And on paper, they're an independent country. But I'm sure there's still people in England that truly do believe they're still a colony. And who knows, you know how history works. Every country basically develops and teaches their own history. They might teach it that way.
We're still a colony.
I mean, you look at different countries around the world and how history is taught. There's a significant difference.
I bet you guys didn't know that prior to World War II, back in the 30s, we actually had a military plan to take over Canada.
We have great history.
And actually, the Canadians had a very similar plan back then to take us over.
During the Civil War, the British were via Canada, which at the time was not necessarily Canada, but during the Civil War, the British were supplying the South, and they were kind of doing a multi thing. They were like freeing slaves up there, but at the same time, they were still supporting the South and sometimes sending slaves back down. But since they were supporting the South, the U.S. actually pushed quite a ways into Canada. That was the closest. 1812, let's face it, we tried to push into Canada and we got pushed back pretty quick by the British. But during the Civil War, we actually made pretty good ground. And that was probably the closest that we ever got to acquiring part of it.
After the Civil War is when we became a superpower.
After World War II, I think.
No, Civil War. We had the largest military on the planet. That's why France fled from Mexico.
People didn't really consider us a superpower until we started the Great White Fleet.
The idea of a superpower wasn't around
with Teddy Roosevelt and all that back then.
Right.
And we started, projecting our influence around the world.
Reagan, that wasn't Americans. That was Biden.
Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about. Okay. I thought you were talking to Canoe. I was like,
no.
Wait, what?
Sorry. I said Reagan. So it wouldn't be mistaken. Didn't work for you.
In World War I, we definitely made an impact in everything, but I still believe after World War II is when we became a significant superpower. We were powerful after the Civil War, but
yeah, if somebody's asking every week, stop.
We were same enemy. Dallas, it was the same enemy. Well, basically, it was the German Empire, and we fought in Europe.
Yeah, we were in France and Belgium, the Netherlands, all over that area.
Which the first one, no, not Nazis. Yeah, but the first first one was actually over Kaiser Wilhelm, wasn't it, Canoe? He was assassinated.
No,
And
the assassination was that dude. It happened in Sarajevo. It was Francis Ferdinand, the prince of the Ottoman Empire, and all the countries started getting involved with it because they had treaties, support your neighbor treaties and stuff like that. So everybody got all mixed into it.
Yeah.
And
if
something happens to my neighbor's country, I have to fight no matter who they're fighting. Bullshit
right.
like that.
And then Germany blamed a lot of different people that they're at odds with, and it turned into a mess. And to be honest, it was probably a big setup. And then in World War II, a psychopath took control over a struggling country and gave people hope. And
yeah, going back to that time, a funny coincidence. I just learned this the other day. King George, I believe the 4th or the 5th, I'm not sure which one. He was actually cousins with both Franz Ferdinand and the last of the Romanovs in Russia, the one whose entire family was executed, Tsar Nicholas II, I think. All three of those guys were cousins by blood.
Oh, dude, there's so much relation between all the royals. That, to be honest, it's questionable about how the gene pool is doing. But with a lot of royalty around Europe, there's so much relation. They all married each other's sisters, and you couldn't marry unless it was another royal. So the odds are it was probably your first cousin from another country that you were actually marrying.
Yeah.
And that's a thing. That was a thing too. And that was actually a thing even in the 19 teens here in the US, the really wealthy people, it was considered aristocratic or a very high end, and they married their cousins. That's how creepy things were and how messed up things were.
Oh, they wanted to keep their bloodlines pure.
Yep.
And it just made them have funny looking kids.
Yeah. Third arm here and there, no biggie. Ragged, I hate to inform you of this, but Britain, France, all of them left shit behind in Syria. U.S. left a lot more, but yeah, they all left some behind, unfortunately, and it sucks. And to be honest, I'm not 100% certain it wasn't planned to.
Well,
arm
there were
pricks.
rumors flying around right after it all happened and came, out in the news that, like all the vehicles that they left behind, they were like bugged so that we could track their movements and everything. I don't know if that was true or not, but yeah, they left a lot of small arms behind, pistols and rifles and shit like that.
And God, even that stuff is so advanced compared to what they had.
Not really. The equivalent on their side, the AK-47, that's still, a legit weapon.
Yeah, it's considered one of the world's best of all time, actually.
But like with all the vehicles that they left behind, it's tactically, and strategically not a very important thing. And even the aircraft that they left behind, there have been a bunch of unarmed transport helicopters and a couple light planes. And the thing is, the Taliban, they really don't know how to use them. There's been videos posted of them trying to use them, and like they're running around taxiing a helicopter and they can't get it off the ground because they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, hopefully they'll crash into each other.
Yeah.
You know, if that in the northern part there, where some of our allies had escaped to, and we apparently knew this is where a lot of them were. Why didn't we at least move it up to there, or give them a shot to move it up there, to where at least the people that were allied with us had the equipment?
Well, it's
That's what
because it's the Biden administration. They don't think.
Right.
The ones that do, they're not in, militarily. They don't have. They're not listened to. Let's put it that way. All the high end people in the military, they're all, the ones that are left are the yes men. The ones that didn't like what was going on, they were all fired. Majority of them.
Right. Well, and now they're saying within 10 years that most likely they'll be that we'll have to go back in to try to attempt to knock the Taliban down again. They're already proven with what they're doing now that they're the same old Taliban. They try to talk different, but they're the same old.
We can use our weapons better than they can.
Well, and we've got a lot of, especially where a lot of it was, like even the armored vehicles, you see their Humvees. Well, we all know that Humvees have been cycled out for a long time. The Humvees that were over there weren't even used. Though, well, if they were, it wasn't very much. They're using the new MRAMs or whatever they are. What's that?
Club 2000 just came in.
Oh, hey, okay. Did Max say something about the moon as a hologram? I swear I'm going to kick that boy in the nuts.
Yeah, a hologram that was around before we had the technology for holograms.
So that means they're alien holograms.
Yep. I know he is joking, but he still deserves a swift kick.
No, Reggit, they have the most nuclear power plants. That's not nukes.
Yeah, Russia has the most nukes. We have the second most nukes. I think France is actually number 3, I believe. Then you've actually got some countries that you would never think of in even the top 10 to 15.
Well, Israel has nukes, although they deny it. South Africa has nukes. Pakistan.
India is cranked with nukes.
India have nukes. China has nukes. North Korea has nukes. The French got them. Now there are countries within NATO that let us store nukes over there for
right.
Use in case World War III lights off. Places like the Netherlands and Belgium and Norway, Italy,
right?
Turkey. Although I think we moved our stuff out of Turkey after that coup that happened a couple of years ago.
Oh, right. God, I would hope so, because there's a lot of instability actually in Turkey.
Oh yeah, there always has been, always will be. It's like the gateway between Europe and Asia.
Ragged, you're right on target there. You said don't forget China. They hide a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's speculated China's like number 5 or 6 or whatever. They could have a crap load. And to be honest, you got to think the USSR has a bunch of those suitcase nukes that nobody knows where they went.
No,
I think there's like 100 of them.
We got those too.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know technically about the Russians, but the U.S., when the ones that we had, they say they've decommissioned all of them, but that's not true. The ones that were officially in service throughout the Cold War, they were bigger than a suitcase. They were a huge backpack.
Yeah.
And they deployed them. You couldn't operate them alone and carry it by yourself. They usually ran with 3-man teams, and you'd have to drop out of an airplane or scuba dive with one of these things to get to shore, and then you'd have 2 people carrying it to your target site, and one person would be running security, and then you would plant it in a hole in the ground or in a building somewhere and set the timer, and then run as fast as you can.
Right. Oh, hi, Nightingale.
Nightingale, welcome in.
She said she hopes you're feeling better. Can you?
Yeah. Today is a little better than yesterday. It comes and goes as far as my arm goes. Oh.
Back and neck issues suck, dude. An arm, joints, any joint.
I mean, it was sore as fuck yesterday.
Talking about misleading, and a lot of it is like with the 11 U.S. carriers. They say the U.S. has 11 carriers. That's actually not true. We have 11 super carriers. We also have a crap load of attack carriers that are smaller, helicopter, and then what is it? Jesus, I
It's
keep
like the
thinking
one that
F-20.
burned up in California.
Yeah, yep. And I keep thinking F-22, but it's not the F-22. What's the new jet?
The 35.
F-35. The F-35C, which is vertical takeoff. They use those on there. Yeah. And I think the Marines operate a lot of those, don't they?
Possibly.
And those aren't tiny.
I think I'm pretty sure the Marines are only flying the straight regular takeoff. They don't have the vertical system.
Oh, okay.
To my knowledge, at least. But I heard a good one. There's Norfolk Navy Base out in Virginia. We currently have 5 carriers there in different states of repair and getting crucial work done. I don't think they've ever had 5 carriers there all at the same time during peacetime, at least.
I wonder if they're prepping or if I didn't think they could have 5 at one time.
No, they have the space. Dude, that place is huge.
But I mean, dealing with the fact that so many are supposed to be out at once.
I think they moved some out of different areas to compensate. But they're definitely, the Navy's, right on the edge of parity, as far as their optimal force projection across the entire globe. We just fucking scrapped a carrier not too long ago. We sold the JFK to that shipbreaker down in Brownsville, Texas. They paid a penny for it. They paid 1 penny for the whole fucking ship.
Those things can be re-outfitted with the new nuclear turbine setup and nuclear power plant setup. They can, the old ones can. To me, there's got to be. I'm all for building the new ones, and I'm actually going to argue with Ragged here for a second. But I'm all for building the new ones, but I think they need to refit those old ones for the same purpose or even a different purpose. Use those of massive helicopter carriers. And Ragged, you were talking about spend that money on the people they need it more. Our military is significant, and it's not just about our protection around the world. It's about protection here at home. The fact that we are the leading we're a constitutional republic, but we're the leading, democracy for people with freedom in the world. We are also the most sought after by people that want to destroy those freedoms. I mean, the U.S. has so many targets on their back from so many countries that it may not be active fighting or anything, but if we didn't have that, we would be screwed. So I'm all for spending the money on the military.
Same here.
Okay.
Actually, in the news that I read a couple days ago, a report. Okay, you know who Monkey Works is on
Yes.
YouTube?
Yep.
No.
He
Very
went
good show.
into how do I put this? Okay, he was reporting like last year about how all the ports were loaded up with ships that couldn't be unloaded because of the situation in the ports, and there'd be like 100 ships outside of Long Beach waiting to be unloaded and whatnot. And then people became worried because the cargo container ships, people were worried that foreign powers were hiding trailer housed missile systems, and they were going to either Russia or China or North Korea were going to start just launching missiles from inside our port areas. Well, Monkey Works was talking because he mostly tracks flights, and we had a bunch of surveillance birds up over the Gulf Coast just this week, and it looks like they're afraid about the same thing happening down by New Orleans and Houston and shit like that down there now, because they're specifically targeting that kind of crap.
Oh. Like watching over it targeting or
oh, I don't know about that, but they were flying these spy birds, probably 5 miles off the coast, all over the coast down in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, all that down there.
I saw that a couple of days ago, and he was talking about a lot of these spy planes just following lines up and down our coast. It almost reminds me of when they would do the like during World War II, I believe, and of course they were smaller planes and stuff we didn't have near, but they had those spotter planes that would fly our coast for any type of naval intrusion. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with Russia, but we're exerting a lot of manpower and equipment power to watch over things.
And then there was a news story yesterday over on the Warzone site. The green light is in for the arms deal that we're doing with Poland. It just got authorized. We're selling the Poles 320 of the latest version of the Abrams tanks.
Nice.
So Russia ain't gonna like that.
Now, see, I'm good with that. I think we need to support the crap out of Poland. Poland has proven for a good decade now, if not more, that they really like America, and they want to, their vision is to be kind of have our same policies, our same laws and everything over there where they're at. And I still think, like when Trump mentioned,
same thing with Hungary, they're the same way.
Right. Yep. I think we need to, and I know a lot of people didn't like when I said it, but we're in Germany right now, and Germany has not been terribly kind to us on a lot of stages. And we pay a crap load for that base. And like the other night I brought it up, and some of the people are like, well, if we we've got to be there so they don't
We
build
kind
up.
of do
They're
need
not
it.
going to. What's that?
Yeah, we can't afford to like cut our defense line across such a large area that Germany covers. Like, we kind of need the infrastructure that we already have there with like Rhine-Main and the big air base that we got. I can't.
Ramstein isn't the biggest
again?
one. Ramstein. Or
Yeah,
Ramstein or
currently, yeah,
Ramstein.
yeah. We have a few other smaller bases over there too.
Yep, yep.
But we also have a lot of army over there. There's, Kaserns and there was a long-term program at the end of the Cold War. It was called Project Reforger. And basically, Reforger stood for Return of Forces to Germany. And that was when we were all still worried about the Soviet Union. And we had a plan set all up that, we tested every year. And it basically was a strategic plan to move our ground troops and everybody else over to Germany, either into German ports or airports or neighboring countries, and then they would pick up their equipment. We had massive storage sites scattered all over Western Europe that were just warehouses for tanks and trucks and shit like that. And then, they would do exercises driving through, cities and the countryside in tanks and stuff, heading into Germany, like a reinvasion, if it ever came down to it. They did Reforger for maybe 15, 20 years.
See, and I still think, we would, if we moved east into Poland, move those bases east into Poland, like you say, even Hungary or something like that, places that like we'll give you the land to build a base if you want to, they're like, come please, and places like that. And yes, I know it would tick off Russia and everything. But I mean, let's face it, Russia's already ticked about everything else.
Yeah.
And I get that it would add, a lot more to that northern line of open space, but I still don't think it would add that much if I'm not saying pull every asset out of Germany by any means. I'm just saying maybe, like the big base, close it down, move it to somewhere that is going to give us a break and we're not paying a crap load of money yearly.
Yeah. See, we've been trying to get for years, like for 20 years, they've been talking about putting, strategic missile sites in Poland, and
Right.
Russia's, stood fast against it the whole fucking time. So like this is going back to Daddy Bush, GW. Or yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yep. They've been back and forth with Russia on
that's why we
putting
kind of
assets
switched
in Poland for a while.
Like as far as like the bases that we use over there, like we're using Romania now, Norway. I'm really surprised. Now, one of the big bases was Keflavik in Iceland, and we kind of shut down operations there a few years ago. I think they've quietly reopened it.
Right. Molly, quit. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I got a grumpy dog.
Still got big naval base in Spain. Got a couple military airfields in Spain, Italy.
I had to put my cat in the other room. I have a cat that apparently has a death wish because one of these dogs does not like cats, and this cat just thinks it can rub up against the dog. Dog sitting there snarling. It's like, oh crap. But no, I see the significance of having, that base. But to be honest, I think if we did have that forward enough base in Poland, I don't think they would ever even think about Ukraine, because if they took over Ukraine, that would put Russia right at the lines where with the country we have a base in, and they do not want that.
Yeah.
And I know there's politics behind it, and it's a testy thing, but we've got people that are on the same page as us, I think, is who we need to be supporting.
English channel.
And even with all the shit we give Ragged, to be honest, let's face it, right now England is probably one of our top allies, if not the top ally. That is more like us than.
Well, as far as like, if you could rank country to country friendships, the U.S. and the U.K. were always going to be number one best buddies. Always will.
Right. Isn't that ironic though? If you think about it, our history, and now we're just tight. I think it's cool. But yeah, I completely agree. I think that they're probably one of our, and to be honest, you've got countries like Poland and stuff like that are in a running and being in there too, because they really do. And maybe there's corruption. The only thing is, when the media talks about some of this, and you were talking about Hungary, the media nails Hungary, talking about, they're this, this fascist, whatever, this and that and everything. And then you look at their politics and look at their elections, and actually they've got pretty clean elections. They're just really conservative.
Yeah.
And the media doesn't like that. So the worldwide media is full of shit and trying to talk them down. And yeah. So, but I talk to so many people anymore that just like with the U.S. being a constitutional republic, when you bring up constitutional republic, most people cannot distinguish between democracy and constitutional republic. And it's frustrating when you try to explain it, because they just don't get it. And the only way I've been able to really get through to some people, especially people on the left, is like, think of how the European Union is. We were kind of the first. We're a bunch of individual states that came together and made a very large country. But I don't know if it's that they don't get it or they don't care. But
a lot of it is they were never taught it.
Right.
When I was in high school, we didn't have civics. Okay. Everything was social studies.
Right.
And that's how you learned about politics and government and everything. They called it social studies.
Yep.
Hint, hint. And not once do I ever recall reading in any of the textbooks or hearing anything in the class about constitutional republic. They just, because the commies are in control of the education system and they won't publish that shit.
Yeah. Well, they don't want everybody to know, because we've gotten so far away from states being the actual powers.
Yep.
They got a way to where it's like a democracy, where it's a federalized government, that one government oversees everything. And they don't understand that it's actually supposed to be the states hold the power. The federal government is there for one thing.
They would never talk about that in school.
Right.
So
right.
If someone asked a question along those lines, they would be told, we're not going to discuss that.
Right. And it's bad. Ragged, he said he doesn't understand it. Basically is what it is. There's a lot of checks and balances to our government. You've got local, city, county, state, federal, and a lot of it even in between. There's so many checks to where states are actually supposed to be the powers that it's supposed to be like, convention of the states got to agree to this, and to where every state is individual. Well, they've been passing so many laws nationally and not allowing states to govern themselves, to where it's causing a lot of conflict here, because like anywhere, and especially we're a mixing pot for people. Nobody can really be ruled under the same amount of laws. Everybody's going to be thinking differently. And that's why our forefathers were genius setting it up like they did. I mean, let's face it, our forefathers, they were smart, but they had no idea we'd probably become as big as we are. I mean, they probably saw it as like the eastern edge of the U.S., being the country. But at the same time, with what they set up, made it the perfect thing for the mixing pot we have. And with them doing national laws, trying to make it this definitive law for every state, and they're trying to take every law and make it national. Well, that's why a lot of states are rebelling right now, because their voters don't, agree with it and everything. So, and that's more like a democracy. I mean, a standard democracy is one federal government in charge of everything. Well, in the U.S., like unless something horrible happened to where like like a state governor took dictatorial powers and started offing people and stuff like that, unless something severe like that happened and they declared a national emergency or military law or something like that, they would have to go through a lot of steps to get there. But they can't just otherwise go in and like depose a governor.
Well, there was a situation just a couple months ago with I believe it was Oklahoma. The governor in Oklahoma basically told the federal government to fuck off with the mask and not the mask, the jab, for being required for Oklahoma National Guard.
Yep.
And there was talk for about a week where Oklahoma was going to start up secession paperwork, because the governor would not permit his state troops to be vaccinated. He's like, he basically told them, fine, we'll take our whole state guard structure with the National Guard and the Air National Guard there, and we'll turn it into our private army. We'll be our own armed state.
Yep. Florida reinstituted the state militia because of a lot of that. They said, well, we can't control, the weird thing is they can control what happens to the guard, the National Guard that are in their state, until they're deployed on a national level or, overseas or something. Then the federal government dictates. But if they're at home, just training or whatever, then the state does. And the federal government tried to bypass that. And it ticked a lot of states off.
Well, that becomes a huge legal issue. Like, say that happens to Florida, and the president federalizes the state troops, and you could have the governor refuse, and there probably, if it was over an issue just like vaccination, there might be enough troops that would stay loyal to the governor and not the federal government. They just might not show up. So then you're in a whole shit show there.
Right.
There was partially with Florida. Remember a couple of months ago, the governor announced that he was restarting the what they call the state militia down there. It had never been officially, disbanded. It was just inactive, and he just reactivated it. And they're more like, I don't even think they're armed. They're trained like the Ohio state militia, they're trained to use firearms, but they're not issued firearms. You know, they simply supplement the National Guard, especially with like natural disasters. That's what their primary missions are, actually. All right, fire in the bowl.
And I think Texas is the only one that legally, and I'm not saying no other state could do it, but legally actually holds the right of secession, right?
I'm not sure about that.
And I've heard a lot of conflicted things, and I've read a lot of conflicted things, but after the Civil War, they needed Texas to completely come into the Union 100%. And there was like a lot of legalities. I don't know. There was a lot of weird stuff in it to where they could pull apart easier than anybody else could.
Oh yeah, because they got their own infrastructure set up.
Well, heck, Texas is 1/3 of the U.S. economy.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, yes, they're a big state, but that is phenomenal to be 1/3 of the U.S. economy. And Reagan, I can't remember the year. I believe it was, God, what was that, like 18, I'm wrong on this, but 1880s that we bought Alaska from the Russian Federation at the time?
1860s, 1880s, somewhere in that range of time, yeah.
Right.
But yeah, Texas would definitely be able to hold their own if they succeeded.
Oh, yeah.
They got the land, they got the cropland, they got land for more people to move into. They've got ports, they've got major airports, they've got their own electric grid, they got the oil, they got natural gas. And yeah,
Right.
they're good to go.
Yep. Oh, I agree 100%, Max. I don't think any of them will secede. We're just talking about the legalities of secession.
Yeah. Because, I mean, think, you know, Montreal's wanted to secede from Canada forever. It's never going to happen. But, you know, they're always talking about what they would do and how legally it would all work out.
Right. Right. Yeah. And to be honest, I don't think it'll ever happen, and I pray to God it'll never happen that it do. And I really don't think there's a chance of it. For one thing, every state knows if they did, it would be all out war. That it's just not going to happen. The other states would be like, oh hell no, you know. So, I mean, they may even print up the paperwork as a threat, but that's what it's going to be. Do you still watch Alex Jones Canoe?
No.
I don't either. I liked it when
I stopped watching him like 2 years ago, maybe even 3. I don't know.
Last time I watched was a little bit before they got rid of Knight. He was the only one on there I liked. I liked listening to Knight, and he laid out everything. He didn't use their own articles to point to something, you know, point to it as proof. He used other articles. Hey, that's cool if you like Alex and watch. I got no problem with that. Your choice. I'm not a fan.
Maybe over to June. We will have a king. Who's Chalice? And hating is spelled with a T, not a D. You better fix that text to speech. it's spelling bad.
Is having
Yeah,
the
I figured
throne
that out.
over to.
Or handing the throne
I'm decoding.
over to. But who's
Decoding
challenged?
Ragged's comment. Decoding it. I don't know.
I gotta try it. Yo, breaking news. The Queen is handing the throne over to Charles in June. Okay.
I just checked online. I didn't see anything about it.
I wonder if she's not doing well because to be able to have a king, unless she marries,
But
which I don't see that happening, to have a king, she would
doesn't
have
Charles
to
have
pass.
COVID?
I don't know. Tell you what, the
Charles
one
is-
that moved here is a complete fruitcake. The hell you guys sending them here for?
Charles and what's their name? Oh heck, I
Camilla.
forget it. Camille? I don't know.
Camilla.
They both have it.
No, Camilla can't be queen.
No.
Alex Jones roadies? Not me.
Well, maybe through marriage, but she was.
I'm not a fan of Alex Jones.
Through marriage, though, if Charles took it, would she not then theoretically be?
I do like Owen.
I don't know. I think Owen's a little Alex. And
Yeah,
I
he's
think
Alex.
He's Alex 2.0.
Yeah.
Mini Alex.
He's becoming Alex Light, that's for sure.
But there you go. The queen
did.
said she could do it. The queen sets it on that stuff. So I get, what do you do? Even if she wasn't supposed to, the queen says it. She's a queen for crying out loud. So I'm so glad we don't have a
Alex
queen.
Jones is
That's
Oh, yeah.
pathetic.
Oh, Owen's dad. 'Cause Owen is a lot like him. I get it. When I was a Democrat, I hear about Alex Jones. I'm like, oh, that guy's just crazy. But he's making a lot of sense. He's still crazy.
And he has been proven right lately on a lot of things he said, but there's so many things that are just outlandish and I don't know, make people look a little wacky. But
Who's German? Very good. Who's German?
then most of the royal family.
The royal family, yeah. They're Tudors.
I was
Yep.
watching a show on the royal family. They said they were Scottish.
No.
I was like, what?
I don't think there's been
They would never let the Scottish rule.
I don't think there's been even many lords and ladies of Scotland.
I would do that too, Caleb.
Well, there are, but you just don't hear about them.
I was
Right.
flying my "Don't blame me, I voted for Trump" flag all over town today. I didn't
Yeah,
say
like-
outlandish. I said he's crazy.
I like Tucker a lot. I used to watch Hannity, but Hannity just became a yes man for Trump. And don't get me wrong, I still support Trump. I still like Trump and
Right.
everything. I just don't want to. I don't want to listen to a yes man.
Reagan,
For
the
anybody.
Saxons are German. Y'all come from German stock in England.
No, the Saxons got the piss beat out of them at the Battle of Hastings. Then England became ruled by the Normans. So there's a lot of French.
That's why the
Involved with it, too.
German, I mean, actually, the English used the Germans for to help fight us
Mhm.
in war for independence.
No, the American Revolution, we had Germans on the American side, battery, not the other way around.
But they were using Germans as
Mercenaries.
what are those guys that fight for money?
Mercenaries.
Yeah, they were mercenaries.
They had like a handful of them, like maybe a company. We had like an entire fucking division fighting on our side.
The French and the German were really close at that time. And what of Germany wasn't ruled by the French was still really close. I think with family ties, like we discussed. But like Canoe said, there was a lot of them they brought with them. A lot of the Germans they brought over with them to fight.
Reagan, what do you mean by gutted? Is it a misspelling or something? That don't make any sense.
There's a lot of English slang too
Yeah, I know.
that I don't think comes across on Autospell very well. Or
Yeah,
text to speech.
I'm sure it doesn't. I know a lot of you understand what he's saying, but I'm trying to catch up.
I kind of guess sometimes. I like Reagan though. We give each other guff all the time. It just takes
Yeah,
me a
he's
little bit to read his comments sometimes with that darn
Oh,
text to speech gets them.
I debate him a lot too, so it's fun. It's all in good fun.
Oh, Tanya says gutted means disappointed in slang.
What?
English.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. Gutted means disappointed in British. Oh, just say disappointed, please. Well, I have family from England, and they're from Cumberland. So Reagan, my family robbed the English. That's why they
I have
had
a
to
little
run
bit-
to the United States. They had to run
I
to
have
America.
a little bit of French blood in me.
French?
Yeah. And French colonial, apparently.
Well, hopefully the French blood in you doesn't make you scared of doing, scared of fighting.
No, I said it was a minor part of my family tree.
I'm joking.
It's nowhere near dominant. My dominant background for my family tree is Ukrainian.
No, you're doing good, Reagan. It's just that darn text to speech sometimes gets you. But Autospell gets me a lot.
Oh yeah, that autocorrect it hates me.
I want to try fish and chips. I've heard from a lot of English people it's the best thing in the world. I've heard from a lot of
love
English
fish and
people
chips.
that they hate it.
I love fish and chips. A little too
My
much.
camera's covered. Carp, if I don't disable it, it's got something over it. I never let my camera go.
I didn't comb my hair, so
Oh!
I'm not coming up on camera.
Okay. Okay, Reagan, that makes total sense now.
Can you
When I use my
Canoe's got
tablet, I have the
bedhead.
same problem.
or hat hair? Which one?
Bedhead.
I am no
Bedhead,
pure.
yeah.
I am no pure blood. I'm American.
No, I'm a mix. Ukrainian, Polish,
I have-
German, French.
I have a lot of Native American,
Guadeloupe.
a little
what I was-
English, and a little Swedish.
I'm Germanic.
Well, I am too, I guess.
Yeah.
I got some English.
English up around. I mean, if you want to get into current, things, I guess I'd be Dutch, Danish, and Swede.
The early history of England had a lot of invaders, a lot of other outside countries controlling them.
Or just attacking us and looting us.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Vikings raided
take it you're
England
English too?
constantly.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That could have been my.
I'm a Cockney. Okay, that makes total sense, Reagan. I cannot.
Especially
I have a hard time with Cockney.
especially when the Danes were in control of a lot of it. That was most likely my.
That was because that happened after the Vikings, because those Vikings were mostly Danish. Some of them were Norwegian, but mostly.
Yep.
There's a show on Netflix, I think, about the Vikings in England.
Yep.
The Last Kingdom.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a good show. And actually, it's apparently, I thought it was kind of way over the top, but apparently pretty accurate. They had a making of it with historians, and they're talking about a lot of the accuracy of how things went then. It's like, oh, okay.
I started watching this show where this lady, she had these mounds on her property, and they turned out to be burial mounds. And she had this guy come in and dig one of them up. He thought it'd be better to dig up a different one. So she gave in and let him dig up the different one. And it turned out to be nothing. So he went back to the one she suggested, and he found a ship in the burial mound. So it was a royal person in that one that she picked.
Don't get us wrong, Carpenter and Max. We're all 100% born and bred American. I for one, I just believe heritage is important to know your history and know your family. I believe family, no matter how far back they go, is important.
Carpenter, I have just a slight amount from Europe. The rest is from this land here. I don't know, Max, I don't know exactly how much Native American I have, but I know it's quite a bit. But I got enough to make me Caucasian. Although my kids are not Caucasian. Even my two youngest, which their mother is, well, Chilean. They're twins.
I think that's one of the things that really irritates me, like when the left, calls me a Nazi or something. It's like, listen, you pricks, my family that was still over there got all but wiped out by the Nazis because there were some of them that stood against them in the area. So, well,
the left projects.
Yeah. It's just, it's like, that's just, you guys need to know your total history. It's
in Canada, it shows. It shows big time in Canada.
I mean, hell, wasn't it the Polish that literally charged tanks on horseback just as a show that they weren't caving?
So did the French.
I think the big one was Poland though. I can't remember, but I know there was a group of soldiers that, they knew they were going to get annihilated. It's just a show of that they weren't going to go down without a fight, and they charged tanks on horseback. That's false.
I love Tanya's accent, even though she's posting. Well, I went to France, and the French soldiers that were hosting us took us to a museum, and they in the museum they had an exhibit for World War I. And I turned around a corner and I saw this guy on a horse in a suit of shiny armor. I was like, what the hell? He's, well, at that time of World War One, the French believed, he says, I'm French. We believed that military technology could not advance anymore. So they were out there in the battlefield in a suit of armor on horse and getting picked off by the Germans.
I'm gonna have to give Ragged a big head on this one, make him all cocky again. But it was the English that invented the tank during World War One. They used, and that thing I think went like 2 miles an hour, is what they said.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah, they were
needed
slow.
something to climb over the trenches, and those things were just armed with a crap load of guns, and it's all they did is crawled over the trenches.
Tanks were as fast as the soldiers could walk. Now they can run 80 miles an hour. Well, not all of them, just ours and the British.
Right, Carp? And I think that's great. On one side, I go back several generations. I mean, they came over literally were some of the
Yeah.
first to come over. On the other side, it was around the late 1920s, I believe, early 1930s that we came over. So on one
Yes.
side,
Sorry.
it's, oh no, that's not, I was just on one side, we're fairly new here. The other side, a long time.
Well, I was trying to say something to Tanya. I said, yes, Tanya, I know you're Canadian and we love you anyway. I'm kidding. We love Canadians. This year, Molson's kind of shit.
I think a lot of my family is really big on, heritage and stuff like that too. I mean, the on one side it's traced back to 1150, the other side is traced back to the mid 900s, not 900s. And I think that's where my fascination with history came in, thus my
We're not
fascination
in
with my bloodlines. What's that?
Oh, Sick Pat, the game, and game experience all said the same thing. But we're not in Afghanistan, though.
No, I'm just saying it was pointless to go there to begin with.
Yeah, it was.
Unless
I don't
to
know
take
why
out
we
certain
did. Oh,
strategic
actually,
people.
We did
But-
have a reason.
Yeah.
We didn't have a reason for Iraq.
We did not.
Iraq
but
was
I'm
a
just saying,
total lie.
historically, no one's ever going to completely, take over Afghanistan because, we couldn't do it, the Russians couldn't do it, and Alexander the Great couldn't do it.
For thousands of years, they've been digging tunnels through those. They've been fighting wars out of those tunnels in the mountains.
Mhm.
You're never going to get to everybody. That's what gets everybody. They get tied
Oh.
up in the mountain ranges.
They're related to the Pashtuns. Pashtuns are
Oh,
fierce.
there's a lot of tribes. There's a lot of tribes.
Nobody
they've all-
out there in that area messes with the Pashtuns. If you get the Pashtuns on your side, you got a great ally.
I will say that we came the closest of anybody to annihilating anybody that stood against us. But you're just never going to get through all those tunnels. The thing that did help us were our bunker busters. We were able to go
Oh.
in and,
Reagan, bring something
Like-
to point to mind.
oh, go ahead.
Reagan brought something to mind. I was in a heated debate with some English soldiers at Fort Lewis, Washington. We were talking about who has the best tanks. Well, the British kept naming off tanks that we have as their best. I'm like, wait a second, who made those tanks? And then they were talking about tanks that were not as good as the Abrams. And the conversation kind of morphed over into who drives on the right side of the road. We do. We drive on the right side of the road. We don't drive on the left.
The Panzer IV and the Tiger definitely. Technologically, we're so far more advanced. The thing that won it for on the battlefronts for us was interchangeability of parts, ease to work on them, and just the fact that we can manufacture the crap out of them and send them over in droves. And if
We had
Germans, by that,
here in Cleveland, the city's largest building for conventions and stuff like that is an old tank plant. We used to make a ton of fucking tanks in Cleveland.
Oh yeah, I remember the
Back in
desert.
World War II, like the
take care, Max.
Pershing tanks and the Shermans and shit like that.
You look at our tanks during the 50s and 60s. A lot of those were developed off of technologies we got after the war that we used, implemented a lot of the German technology. But you look at there's a lot of speculation that the modern German tank, it's a Panther, right? That their modern one is the equivalent, if not a little bit better than the Abrams. The one kicker that I've heard this from actual, operators, that they have an automatic load system. We don't. We still do it by hand. And I guess that gives us, and it sounds crazy, but that gives us an advantage on tank-to-tank warfare, which is interesting.
I agree with you, Reagan. You guys did invent the special forces, the Rat Patrol.
Excuse me.
Reagan.
I did watch that show.
I thought you were saying Reagan. I've been trying to figure out who in the heck you're talking about. Talking to.
I said Reagan.
Reagan. Okay.
If you hear Reagan, it's probably Reagan. Yeah.
I'd have to say the best tank currently in use anywhere is Israel's new tank. That thing, I wouldn't want to go against that.
Especially in the desert. That thing's made specifically for desert. Yeah, Israelis have a good tank.
Oh crap! It's 2334.
Wasn't the Mouse the one that was like as tall as like a 3-story house, like an insane one they were trying to build? Moss. It's actually MAUS, right?
It's probably pronounced
The Mouse.
different.
Nicknamed, I think, the Mouse, kind of ironically.
I don't think it was probably not a nickname. It's just pronounced a little differently.
Hey, there's another Brit in the house. What's up, Mikey B? Good to see you.
Hey, Mike.
Because you look at the number 6 in German. 6. And I knew that before I watched European Vacation.
I was just going to say, I watched European Vacation too. Battery.
When they said that,
Moss.
I lost it. That was so funny. If they didn't say we're looking for before that and said that in German, it would have been fine. But they said it in English.
The Bell is interesting. And there's still some speculation behind the actual legitimacy of that. It's still kind of considered a conspiracy theory. But that's definitely interesting. I know there was designs drawn or something, but there's no real proof anything physical actually existed, from what I know of.
I have the heat going in this room, and I left the door open.
Derp.
Well,
Yeah.
look at the money. Look at the money the Germans poured into a lot of the ancient sites. Doing archaeological digs on a lot of these ancient sites. I mean,
It's good to know,
it's
Ragged.
interesting. You should come up sometime, Ragged. Actually, a lot of us
I would love it.
discussing history.
I would love to get Ragged up on the stream, up on the panel, because he does know his history pretty good. Because I verified some of it.
Well, and there's a lot of history that was post-Roman, but pre-monarchy that I'm not familiar with, that I'd like to study a little
Who's
more.
after the Holy Grail?
The Hitler had a
Oh, yeah.
he wanted to literally create super soldiers, and he thought he could
That
do
I
that
know.
with a lot of mystical items, and they hunted the crud out of a lot of biblical historical items.
That is one thing I learned later on in life from actually watching a movie.
Indiana Jones.
Yes.
Yep.
I started studying and I was like, holy crap, it's true.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, there was a lot of actual there was other countries, the English, the Americans, the French, a lot of other countries had people out there trying to beat them to it, a lot of these finds and stuff. So even though Indiana Jones was, of course, fictitious, it there's credence to the fact that there was a lot of people trying to beat them to it to get it before they got the stuff. Carpenter, please tell me you've seen Indiana Jones.
They're actually working on a new one. It's been put on pause because of
did?
COVID.
Oh, I hope it's better than the Crystal Skull. The Crystal Skull was okay. It just wasn't what I hoped.
It was exciting. It just
It was a
accuracy,
little
I
too
don't know.
cheesy. It was a little
What's
too
that?
cheesy, and it had Shia LaBeouf. So
Yeah, it's
I
probably the
couldn't
best
really
Shia
like it on that
LaBeouf
alone.
movie.
Yeah, they tried to
Yeah,
make
probably.
Shia LaBeouf
You're probably right.
I could say it's probably the best Shia LaBeouf movie because it was Harrison Ford.
and where they tried to make him into like a biker tough guy. That's just not Shia LaBeouf. Now
No,
the
it's
dude
not.
got the dude got stacked. Have you seen that guy lately? He's a big guy. I mean, he's got some freaking guns to him and everything. I mean, he's a stacked dude now.
When you say the name Shia LaBeouf, I remember the video I saw on YouTube of him resisting the police. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh God, he got awful.
Yeah, he did. Well, take care of the baby, Mikey.
The my thing was, all the others were not just biblical but religious kind of connotations, and then all of a sudden they just completely flipped it to the whole alien thing.
Okay. I'm
And
trying to
it's
remember all this now. You had the Ark. What was the second one?
Temple of Doom.
Raiders of the Lost. Oh, my bad.
The Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Temple
I
of
have all three
Doom,
movies.
Last Crusade, and Crystal Skull.
I like The Last Crusade.
I don't have Crystal Skull.
The dog's name was Indiana.
You were
I
named
only have
after
the first three.
the dog?
Yep, that's the one that had Highlander himself. Well, what was his name?
Highlander?
The old guy. He was in Highlander. He was in the first Highlander. He was the guy that taught Highlander. Sean Connery.
Ragged, I trust him.
Oh yeah.
As far as a stranger.
I don't trust anybody.
Elon Musk has come out against the left.
When it's beneficial.
But
or when they go
he's
after
still-
him.
he is still on this global warming kick. But
They all have-
I think that's more to do with making him money.
I was just going to
Well-
say they all have an angle.
He's the
Yeah, they
modern day version of
I
who's
I like the way Elon Musk works. See if I can explain that.
What was that, Canoe?
I'm trying to think of the guy's name. He the guy that built the Spruce Goose.
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes, yeah. Elon Musk is our modern day equivalent to Howard Hughes.
Yes, totally agree.
Or the old Kaiser guy, William Kaiser.
But I don't think he's as crazy as Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes wasn't necessarily crazy. He suffered from extreme obsessive compulsive disorder before it was really known as a thing.
Which Elon Musk is the same.
And obsessive compulsive is a pain in the ass. I don't think he's Tesla. He's not anywhere close to Nikolai. I don't agree with that, Ragged. I do agree that Howard Hughes maybe, but not Nikolai Tesla.
Ragged.
I think Nikolai Tesla was on a
Speech.
level of like would your
Speech
older
text.
Greek, Aristotle, people like that, I
Who
really do
has
think
met
Tesla
Howard
was-
Hughes?
What's that?
Oh,
Howard
Carpenter
Howard
Pictures. I never met Howard Hughes. Who has?
our grandparents might have.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, the guy was a genius, but
He was very
think-
intelligent.
his power went to his head.
They say there's a fine line, and there's a lot of truth to it. I believe there's a fine line between genius and insanity, and a lot of geniuses pop back and forth across that line either direction.
Y'all brought up a good question. We need John Galt. Who is John Galt?
Who is John?
How many
Galt?
of you know who John Galt is?
I truly don't.
If you don't know about John Galt, you need to watch Atlas Shrugged.
No, don't watch the movies. Read the book.
Read the book, it would be better.
Yes,
You don't have the time to read.
It's a very very long book. It's over 1,000.
Yes, it
pages.
is.
That's
But
a
it is
multiple reality one.
No, it's the book takes place back like in early 50s, and the movies they modernized them to be modern time, but what was predicted in the book accurately portrays into what we're dealing with now, as far
Yes.
as socialized governments and all the bullshit.
So did 1984.
$1984 is creepy. I'm definitely gonna have to read that.
I love George
John
Orwell.
Galt is the author, I presume.
No,
No,
the
no,
author,
no.
It was a lady by the name of Anne Rand.
And
Yep.
I'll look into it.
AYNRAND. And she was actually
Isn't it
a Soviet-
ANNE?
she was a Soviet who escaped Russia to come to the US to get away from the Bolsheviks and the commies back in
I
the
read a lot.
Okay. Carpenter, I
Carpenter,
actually truly enjoy reading.
Carpenter Patriot said, does everyone here read a lot? I do.
I don't so much as I used to. I used to be a voracious reader.
Reading
I
a
went
lot of times
to
helps me sleep.
I went to Chile several times, 6 times, and every time I took a book and read it twice while I was there.
I'm actually in the process of rereading the Catholic Bible from cover to cover.
Okay, what are the new books in the Catholic Bible? The books that not in the other Bible?
That aren't in. I'm not that familiar with the King James. I don't know. I think
I
you
believe
got like Deuteronomy and some other books like that. But
Deuteronomy's in there.
is it
There's
in
3
the?
books. I think Enoch. 1.
I can
Maybe
I
not.
can I can list off the books real quick, and you can tell me which ones are in the King James version if that helps you out any.
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. Let me know if you guys still there?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna try to open this.
Yeah, Carpenter Patriot, I have been accused by many liberals as not being literate. And then I turn around the camera and show them my library. And they don't know what to say.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. As with any, there's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel 1, Samuel 2, Kings 1, Kings 2, Chronicles 1, Chronicles 2, Ezra.
No Ezra.
What's that?
I don't remember Ezra.
Okay. How about, and I'm going to butcher this,
I
but
remember that one.
Nehemiah,
Don't remember that one.
Tobit.
No, I don't remember that one. Gosh, there's more. Okay. Well, I'll do some research. Yeah, you don't need to go through all those. You're going through them too fast anyway.
Than the King James version. Quite a bit longer.
I'd be willing to read them.
It's actually, there's a lot of Old Testament stuff that's still in the Catholic Bible.
But
so a lot of people see it as too not up to the times type of thing.
No,
where,
I have a
the New
question on
Testament and stuff is.
My question is what those other books offer, are they needed?
Well, I think the ultimate source would probably be the Old Testament, the original. I mean, you get to it, if you're going to read it, it should be as it's supposed to be read. My problem with the New Testament and even the the modern Catholic Bible is any books that are left out means an incomplete story.
Lucky. Sorry.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
I
Lucky
think things
you,
that are
Reagan.
left out are an incomplete story.
Reagan, I suggest you read some of them. You might learn something. I'm not saying you're stupid or anything like that, but you could learn something.
Nice, Kurt. One thing with and I'm glad, because a lot of the younger generation they're not real big on reading. Every one of my nieces and nephews, even the niece that's still in school, they're big readers. They love reading.
Well, my kids saw me reading all the time, so they started getting into it themselves. So they're all avid readers.
We had every night, when you go to bed, read some and everything, you'd have to go to bed early and read a little. So it just kind of caught on, I guess.
That's a good thing to teach your kids.
Yeah, now I definitely, you know, at the time you're a kid, you're like, I don't want to read. You know, sometimes you're goofing around instead of reading. But now I appreciate it.
It's a lot easier when you homeschool them.
And see, I was in public school.
Well, they're over in Arizona because that's where the school is. I see them once in a while. I wish I could see them more. But the jobs are out here, and I need to supplement the ranch.
Still with us, Canoe?
No.
I think we lost. Oh,
Nope. I'm gone.
Oh,
I can't
no.
even hear you.
Oh, gosh. We can't have canoes gone.
I'm gonna keep it going until the top of the hour.
that sounds good.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
stick
up
around
later
too,
than
too.
usual. Wife's not here to tell me to go to sleep. She's in Florida. She went to Disney World with her
Ew.
brother and her sisters and their families.
Dang, they went clear across the nation.
She wanted me to go too, but I didn't want to get the vaccine. And she's having a hard time understanding why. I said, I was in the military. They experimented on us all the time. This is an experimental vaccine that hasn't gone through the same process of other vaccines to get FDA
Because
approval.
it's not a vaccine.
You're right. It's not.
It's experimental gene therapy.
She took the vaccine and the second one. She hasn't taken the booster. I really hope she doesn't, because the booster has shown so many problems.
I don't know if he does or not, Ragged. You guys,
You heard about
Ragged has a really old house that he inherited, and I'm pretty sure it's a pretty significantly big house.
mine is kind of old. It's 2008.
Right, Ragged's got us all beat. 1762.
That is beat. Holy crap. He's on the East Coast? Wait, no, he's in London.
Nope.
England, I mean.
Yeah.
It just hit me who you're talking about. Yeah, it's possible to have a much older home there.
Yeah.
Now, here's something to think about.
I think my house,
You talk about old homes.
Your house is pretty old, Canoe?
the front end of my house was built like around 1880, 1890.
What?
And the back end was put in late 60s, early 70s.
Nice.
Well, there's something to be said about old construction. Look at the Roman roads. Roads at that time, they're still in existence.
Yeah.
A street near me that I have to travel down every day to go back to work and come back home. They already patched it. It's only about 6 months old.
Yeah.
And they haven't repaired those old ancient roads for centuries.
There's a lot of reclamation and maintenance that goes on them, though. But the good thing is they're stone. I mean, that stone's not going to wear.
That's why.
Yeah.
But Ragged, I am so jealous. You already had a library.
I would like to see some of those books. If that house is from 1762 and generations of his family have been collecting books, I would like to see some of that literature that's in there, to
Probably-
be honest.
Probably hasn't been any recently.
No, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of it's pretty old.
Yeah. I'm thinking the library that they had on the what's that movie? My wife
Oh, welcome
loves
back,
it.
Kay.
Huh?
Oh, I was just telling Kay, welcome back. My bad. Go ahead.
You know that movie where the guy teaches this woman how to act like a duchess?
Huh.
My Fair Lady. Okay. That guy's library. That was beautiful. That's the kind of library I want.
I've seen a lot of them that are like 2-story libraries. They have like a uh, circular staircase that goes from one section to the other. I always thought that would be cool.
My idea of the best library is one, if the grid goes down, there's no movies. I have plenty of entertainment. I have a huge library of books that I've never read.
Nice. I have a lot of books. I'll admit nowadays, though, most of it's ebooks that I get.
I have some of those. I use them when I go to work. Listen to something at work.
Just the fact that you can get it, within a couple of minutes instead of waiting 2 weeks to have it sent to you is pretty nice.
I really enjoyed the last time I had a one of those books on audio.
Mhm.
It was that guy, that English guy that wrote the Lion, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah, C.S. Lewis.
Yeah, C.S. Lewis. He wrote one about this guy who was a demon, and his nephew was working on a human soul. Drawing a blank on the name, but that was a great book.
I hate to run on y'all, but I'm about ready to fall asleep. I think I'm going to check out. We'll
I'm
talk to
shutting
y'all
her
later.
down.
Cool.
He do
Thank
PDA.
you, thank
I didn't know he
you
was
everybody
Irish.
for stopping in tonight. What battery?
Oh, Zoo PDA Whoop. He said C.S. Lewis was Irish. I didn't know that. Not that it really matters.
He went to Oxford with Tolkien.
He was the voice of England during World War II, I think. One.
Regardless, I'm shutting it down. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Great show tonight. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace out.
Okay.